Wonderful hot
Oh, hey. Hail. Good evening. Welcome to Apex After Dark. Horror Mike, click the dang link. Since I was dumb enough not to contact you on social media before the show. Duh, that's okay. I admit my mistakes. I'm cool with that. Hey, we got Horror Mike. If he clicks on, he'll be in. Hey, there he is.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good, man. I thought we were connected on Facebook or Twitter or whatever.
Now that is scary.
That is scary.
Yeah, I like that Planet Comic magazine poster or something.
Yeah, that's a classic pulp, and that particular issue has both Ray Bradbury and Damon Knight.
Yeah,
has a story in that one too, and it's just I really bought that because it was a hell of a poster. I do not have that particular issue.
Bondage cover.
It kind of has a bondage cover going for it, so that's kind of nice. And, and then you may see that Louisiana Hussy.
Yeah, I see that.
To the left.
Is that a Western?
Classic. No, it's a classic, like 1950s Louisiana exploitation film.
Okay.
One of those,
striking one of those Jane Russell poses.
Totally.
Yeah.
Hey,
you gotta like that.
Hey, how's the sound on my end, guys?
You sound
wonderful.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
man, I can hear you.
Cool.
Let me say hello to the chat. They're coming in here.
He hasn't even said hello to me.
Hello, Rex. Hey, Doublefly Rex is my co-host. Welcome, Horror Mike. Welcome, and I want to say hello to the great chat that we have here. Entropy and Comics area first.
Weird.
Greetings, community. Greetings.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. Shadowhawk Talks. Hello. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course, Horror Mike was here. Yeah. And the Ice Queen.
All right.
Ice.
We're getting the crowd.
Oh, yeah. Ice Queen's over there in the UK.
Yeah, man.
Excellent.
So, Mike, where are you located? East Coast or what?
I am East Coast, man.
Cool.
Yeah.
So,
cool.
Yeah, I'm actually in Florida.
Nice.
North Florida. And where the gators are. Literally, I go kayaking about a mile from where I live.
So literally, you're in the freest area in the world right now.
It's DeSantis, man. He's my guy. I think he's kind of like the nation's governor or something.
Oh yeah,
right.
I would say so, but I really hope he kind of. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But I hope that he waits until 2028.
Yeah,
and then he does 2 terms, because the way he's going now, his popularity will be just stellar.
I don't think he can even run with Trump if Trump decides to run as vice president, because they're both from the same state, and there is a clause in there that you can't do that. And if you think that little antiquated clause would not be used against them, you're crazy, because they would definitely pick up that and say, you can't do this. You know?
Right. They'll say anything.
And they'll probably do it next time themselves.
They probably will.
Probably.
But how about that Dark Brandon the other night? That was a horror show in itself. My God.
That was
it's like the pits of hell in the red background.
Yeah, what's really kind of horrifying about that is that he literally said almost nothing in that entire thing, except for those points of like just trying to make 75+ million people look like domestic terrorists.
What that was a dog whistle that you can go out and beat up on these people, like to his supporters. Before. Go like get them.
Mad Maxine.
Yeah, because
they just do the same thing. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And they get away with it. It's just, it's unreal. But I think come November that's going to change.
I think so.
Horror Mike, what's your favorite silent movie?
Yeah.
Wow. That's kind of a good question, but I would probably Metropolis is way up there.
I could have
Mine
named
too.
it.
Mine
Fritz
too, man.
Lang. Yeah.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
it's such an insanely great film.
Yeah.
And the special effects still hold up today.
Oh,
I think they're better.
It had to be the Star Wars of the day. The rings of energy going up and down her body. I'm like, how did they do that in 1926?
Yeah. 1926. Yeah, exactly. And consider this: what robot today, and of course, most of the robots, anyways, today are CGI.
Right.
Yeah.
There is not a robot constructed today that looks like that robot.
Right.
It has got the artistic and functional qualities that robot had. You know,
do you think it had a little bit of Art Nouveau in it? The 20s,
Art Deco, Art Nouveau.
Yeah, you know, even though it was kind of German expressionistic.
Once again, it was like a combination of various things, but not only that, but you know those miniature city scenes.
Oh yeah,
that whole thing. They set that up on in a studio that was the size of a city block.
So do you think Orson? You think Orson Welles borrowed from that and other earlier movies for the miniatures for Citizen Kane?
He probably did. As a matter of fact, I'm absolutely sure. Although I never saw anything, but like every other filmmaker or filmmaker, like a film enthusiast, Metropolis is just one of those films you can't, but that, there is that film. There's also the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, which that film is just fantastic. And it's
how about the one that was almost wiped out, the original Dracula,
Nosferatu.
Oh, scary. It still holds up today.
It does. Scares the pants off me, man.
Yeah. Or the Golem.
Oh yeah, the Golem is another one. Yeah. There is yet another
1922, the Golem.
I have not seen that.
I waste any time with horror films or science fiction films when films started getting commercial.
Phantom of the Opera, the original Lon Chaney scene in Phantom of the Opera.
Phantom of the Opera, awesome film. Peter Lorre.
Or his depiction of Quasimodo in Victor Hugo's classic Notre Dame. Come on, Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yes, Charles.
To me, horror films are scarier sometimes when there's no words, when there's no sound. When it's just silent, you sitting there in the dark watching something scary. Silent movies have a quality that frankly talkies don't.
Yeah, there's another one too called Haxan. I don't know. It's Haxan, Witchcraft Throughout the Ages. And this is like 1920.
Oh yeah, the Dutch wasn't that Dutch? Yeah,
it could have been Dutch.
With the devilish makeup, very demonic looking.
And there were it was basically all of these scenes of witchcraft,
right?
Demons and stuff. And
it must have scared the Christianity out of Christians back then.
All right,
maybe
if they saw it.
Or it scared it into people. You know what I'm
saying?
Because that must have been scary.
That is one of the scariest films of all time, really.
It is.
And a lot of people haven't even seen it.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I'll tell you who studies silent film. That's George Lucas.
Oh yeah.
And Steven Spielberg. They both they love film and they study and they go, how did they do that?
Right. And I think Martin Scorsese. Too.
And Martin Scorsese. Yeah.
He's a champion of saving those films as well.
That's true.
Has this whole thing. He created this, I don't know, I want to say like a society for the preservation of film. And that guy is he's not only is he put millions of his own dollars into it to save these films, but he's gotten other people interested in helping him and so forth. And so he's a big hero to the silent film community. There's no doubt about it.
Well, I mean, Thomas Edison, I believe, made his own version of 1905 of Frankenstein, which was more theatrical and whatnot. But I love the Frederick March version and frankly, the earlier John Barrymore version of Jekyll and Hyde.
Oh yes.
You know, the makeup. I mean, how they did the metamorphosis.
It's more acting.
It still
skill,
holds up today.
Yeah, I think it's more acting skill on part of Barrymore. And
well, I mean, when you're talking about film, you really have to go code or pre-code.
True.
Because a lot was more salacious revealed before they brought the censorship in and code. Once they brought the code in, it was like 10 years before you saw a woman's cleavage.
Weird.
We've been live for about 10
okay, hold on one second because it's still saying waiting.
No, you're in, man.
Yeah, you sound good.
Sorry. It didn't, for some reason, my browser didn't update when it you know how it typically will automatically flip to live, you know, when you're waiting for a live broadcast? It just didn't do it. And I was like, what the hell? What's going on? What's going on? So we are live. All right.
I remember sneaking in
hello,
to see.
Chapter. Hello, people.
Hey, lemon pie.
Everybody.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre at 13 scared the hell out of me. And yet, you didn't actually see anything happen. Your mind filled in the gaps.
It kind of did. Yeah.
True, although,
you know,
I mean,
you never actually saw the sledgehammer hit the guy in the head. You never actually saw her hung up on a hook. Yet your mind, your people who left would swear, yes, it happened. And it didn't. You know, you never visually saw it. Your mind filled in the gaps.
Yeah. It is a classic, you know, but getting back to I just want to get back to that cusp of between the, you know, the silent period when it just went into the sound period in the early 30s.
Right. Yeah.
The amazing thing about that period is that, and you guys know this, and Universal should be thanked, of course, for this, is they didn't waste any time making some of the greatest science fiction and horror films that would ever be made. Do you guys, I mean, think about it, especially from 1930 to 1933, you have, of course, Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein. Both of those are just
House of Wax.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
House of Wax.
Yes.
You have Island of Lost Souls, which is one of my
the Island of Dr. Moreau.
That's
well, it was Island of Lost Souls, actually, as it was released
and Cat People.
Right, Cat People. You had the Freaks, Todd Browning, Freaks.
Right.
Todd Browning, director of
All
Frankenstein.
of these films are just coming in one after
The Mummy.
another. Yeah, they were not. And also, what was that? The Old Dark House.
Yeah.
Remember that one with Charles Lawton was in that? This was very close to, you know, him doing, I think it was just before he did
The Hunchback?
his fantastic version of Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Charles Lawton, you know, which is my personal favorite because his acting.
Oh, he did a great job. Yeah, he's
so intense. It's so, God, it's just amazing. I can watch that film.
It's
over
wonderful. Yeah, and Esmerella, the actress that played Esmerella was so beautiful. Wonderful in that role.
Yes, yeah,
and it's in glorious black and white.
Yeah.
You know, Anthony Hopkins would play him. Anthony Quinn would play him.
Yeah,
but nothing to the Charles Lawton, really.
No.
Yeah,
and The Invisible Man was an earlier one with Claude Rains.
Also, of course, and when was the Wolfman?
1940. Lon Chaney Jr.
It was further,
that
like 41. Yeah,
still one of my favorite werewolf films. Obviously,
yeah.
You know, I mean, all of these guys making these films were just completely making the stuff up, the effects and so forth, as they went along. There was nothing to look at, you know, previously, except for a few silent fills.
King Kong.
King Kong. There we go. King Kong.
Ray Bradbury, Ray Harryhausen's favorite movie of all time. Both of them.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic film. It's just
it is. I mean, you know, people were going, and we look at it through today's lens, but if you don't really set yourself back in that time and say, okay, now I'm in 1914, watching a silent movie for the first time, or I'm in 1933 watching King Kong or whatever. You know, if you're not kind of putting yourself back in that time and going, because remember here I always, like in Star Wars, when the Millennial Falcon went in to hyperspace for the very first time. We don't think anything about that today, Mike, but back then the audience, because I was there, they went, ooh, because they'd never seen anything like that.
No.
You know, and now we don't even think about it when kids watch it today. It streaks off, and because they've seen so many effects and things.
So much CGI, it just ruins it. Yeah,
right.
Say, I just did I attached a lavalier mic. Is that sound better?
That sounds good.
Does it sound pretty good? Yeah, just let me know, because sometimes it could get a little hot.
Your audio's been great the whole time.
That's good.
Really.
Okay, great.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah,
that's, there are those first. I mean, God, man. I mean, I do remember going to see Star Wars, obviously. Jaws.
Do you remember that moment when
it rumbled?
It
was like,
and everybody's reaction was like, "Woo!" You know, it was never seen before. It was, and that's why I say when Fritz Lang did Metropolis, they must have went, wow, with the rings of energy going up and down the female robot. And what was truly scary was the close-up of her eyes as a human, face. And that was scarier than the robot, seeing that, blank stare on that woman's face,
Yeah, evil.
Hey, Mike,
that was the whole thing. They really, it was like the acting and it, God, the difficulty of acting for a silent film is just something else. You have to
over-exaggerate.
You do, but you can't be ridiculous about it. And because if you are, then it just seems like you're, you could be like the great Harold Lloyd.
I don't think
do that, but it was comedy.
I don't think that we'll ever understand by today's standards a Rudolph Valentino, because we weren't there in the early 20s when he was like the heartthrob of women. We just can't imagine that. But then he was the ideal man.
I'm hearing some echo, guys. I don't mean to interrupt. I heard some echo. Is this coming from you, Mike, or do you have any headphones?
I don't know. Testing 1 2 3. I could put headphones on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Hold on.
Eric says I wanted to be a Keystone Cop. Hell.
No, I couldn't make it because I was Keystone Cop. How about those guys?
Some of the best comedies of all time, Charlie Chaplin's.
How's that? Is that better?
That's a scary icon.
That's good.
ACDC cat.
What happened?
You're good. Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah, you're good. You're quiet.
Yeah. You have your icon.
I lost my picture.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, where's your? Oh,
I know exactly. That's what.
Where's your mug? Where's your face?
See your mug.
Hell, lemon pie.
I haven't seen Metropolis, but it looks like it's an interesting movie. Oh, you're damn right. You better check it out. You might can check out these streaming services. Maybe Tubi or YouTube movies may have it. You may watch it for free. I don't know how you get a hold of it, or go to your neighborhood mom and pop's video store.
Would you call that an anti-capitalist movie, Mike?
What's that?
Metropolis.
I don't know about that.
You have the upper crust and you have the workers that are working themselves.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and people obviously have said this because it's kind of like people become machines and they're working like cogs in a wheel, and they're they're doing that whole thing with the movement. I gotta fix my camera, guys. Hold on.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. Good.
Well, like Modern Times with Charlie Chaplin, he would explore that too. When he can't even take a break and eat his lunch, they have to say, "Come over here," and puts him in the machine. It's trying to feed him corn on the cob and hitting him in the face.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Comedy genius.
Dystopian according to a description online. Yeah, lemon pie. Lemon pie.
I mean, that's a good word, dystopian. I mean, it seems like that there was
Let me see what's going on.
darkness in cinema that has creeped in, kind of like the anti-hero in comics.
Yeah.
But
so if
really, there's been a lot of stark movies out there from the very beginning.
Yeah, there had been. Okay, hey, if you possible, if anyone new is coming to my channel, please like and subscribe, ring bell for notifications, all that good stuff. We have here Horror Mike again. That is our wonderful guest, talking horror movies, maybe some horror comics on top of that. Anything horror.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Look, Rosemary's Baby. That was
that was something else.
Or I always like Play Misty for me.
Shadow.
Play Misty for me was almost like
that's a psychotic horror.
Almost later,
1969, I think it came out.
Rosemary's Baby did,
That's 66, I think. But Play Misty for me. I was 69, I think. Clint Eastwood's first directorial debut was that film. Jessica Walter playing the antagonist. It's just psycho crazy.
It's akin to like Misery.
Yeah,
kind of is. I am not getting anything here. I'm not getting absolutely. I'm getting no camera whatsoever.
Checking the cords. Right?
Yeah.
You want to bounce out and come back and see if it comes.
Yeah,
back
I'm not even getting. I'm not even getting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that because I'm not even getting. I'm going to settings.
Okay.
Right.
And I'm Shadow Hawk.
I'm switching over, and I'm getting nothing here. What is going on, man? So now what do I got to do? I got to leave, right?
Well, leave go. Where you find the link? You remember the link where you came in?
You.
Now, where can I contact? Where are you on Facebook? Are you Facebook or you? All right.
Oh yeah, when you talk horror movies, the richness of horror movies, the horror Hammer films that are in blood, that are in color for the very first time.
Yeah, exactly, man. Where we go to get
when you talk about the subject of the things that scare people, that goes back thousands of years, right?
Oh, I know, man.
Yeah. You could write a PhD dissertation on the things that scare people in life.
Yeah, you can.
Look at all the phobias, like arachnophobia. And
there it is.
Yeah. It's
there it is.
One of those things where with my camera, I've got one of those Canon Vixias. So it's actually like a little camcorder. So if it gets disconnected, I have to completely reboot to come back in. So I have to leave the studio.
I thought that might fix it. Yeah.
Yep, and it did. Everything's cool.
That's a weird hat you got on.
Yeah, that is a weird hat. Check it out.
Yeah, that's
cool.
Know,
weird. There you go.
You know what that is? That's it has a purpose.
Weird science.
Other than the fact that I'm weird. It's Eerie Publications.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Eerie Publications?
Oh yeah, got a graded Eerie back there.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, Myron Foss, Weird magazine. He was going to. It was basically a fight between him and Jim Warren over Eerie, the magazine, the name, and Jim Warren won. So Myron Foss created Eerie Publications as his publications. So he put out Weird, and Tales of Voodoo.
Creepy.
Well, that was Jim Warren. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Tales of Voodoo, Weird.
Vampirella, of course.
Tales of Horror. That was Jim Warren. Yeah, that was you had Creepy, Eerie, Vampirella on the Jim Warren side, and then you had Tales of Voodoo, Weird, and so forth on.
Mike, has Monsters ever really went out? I know there's been surges like in the early 70s with Marvel, with Tomb of Dracula, and then all the magazines they did. And characters even in the mainstream, like Amazing Spider-Man, Morbius, the Living Vampire, or but have Monsters actually ever went out of fashion?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think there like there are periods of time where they're definitely more popular.
Right.
But it seems like some, at any given time, there's some horror aspect that's very popular. like for instance, I mean, for better or worse, and you guys know what I'm talking about here, like, Blumhouse. Now, Blumhouse has just been, they crank out the stuff like The Conjuring and, like, what's that the doll that, the little doll that's,
Chucky?
No, the girl doll. She's
Revenge of the Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah,
Apex, I sent you a note in Apex. I sent you a note in the private chat.
Yeah. Oh, let's see.
Annette or something.
What was the name of the name of the doll?
Annette.
All right.
Oh, okay.
It was something like that. Somebody's got to know in the chat. Okay, and so Blumhouse put out all of these by the numbers horror films, which made just millions upon millions of dollars. I mean, very successful, but the movies to me are just like very cookie cutter mainstream horror.
Right.
Well, they don't really do anything for me at all.
Well, I mean, comics have been influenced by horror films. A lot of people say, well, the original Incredible Hulk #1, he was gray because of a printing error. No, he wasn't. They wanted to emulate and have a similar character to Glenn Strange's Frankenstein 1962 Aurora kit that was so popular.
Yeah.
And then when the first issue came back and he was gray and not green, they said, no, making green like the kit.
Sure. Well,
so
hey, look, man, you know how things I did, as a matter of fact, I did a video about this, but I really think that Stan Lee kind of ripped off Theodore Sturgeon for the X-Men, because he wrote a novel called More Than Human back in the early 1950s about young mutants, children who come together to form a mighty group of mutants. Okay, that is literally the X-Men.
Right.
And Stan Lee was a big sci-fi fan. As a matter of fact, he adapted some Sturgeon stories. You guys may recall in the early 70s, there was a series where they had like The Mummy and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Marvel Classics.
It may have been Marvel Classics.
Classics, 52 square bounds, no ads.
Well, they did an adaptation of Theodore Sturgeon's It.
Oh, that's yeah.
Okay, so Stan Lee obviously
it had a Jim Steranko cover on it.
Yes, it did. Yeah. You're absolutely right. So I think that Stan Lee was just like, hey, that's a great idea. I think I'll make the X-Men based upon Theodore Sturgeon.
Well, I mean, Fantastic Four, Atlas Comics was doing, Steve Ditko and Jack Kirby, in the Atlas days, they were doing monsters like Groot and Zax and all those crazy monsters. And a lot of people say that with the Thing in Fantastic Four #1, he was kind of hedging his bets.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, they were certainly, it's kind of like people, I don't want to really say that Stan Lee just simply ripped off Theodore Sturgeon. He was definitely inspired by Sturgeon's More Than Human. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. But it's kind of like, Dan O'Bannon and Alien. Now, there was a lawsuit that was brought on by the people that made It, the Terror from Beyond Space, which is a 1950s film about an alien that stows away on a spaceship headed back to home. And it starts killing all of the
multiple layer rocket.
Right. Just a classic.
And they have to keep him contained. So they expose him to radiation to,
Exactly. I mean, it basically is Alien. I mean, there's almost, it's got that thing. So
it's Alien in a tin can.
Right. There was a big lawsuit. They did not win the lawsuit, but it was just obvious that Dan O'Bannon was influenced by that film.
Right.
He just took it to another level. an entirely new level.
Okay, here's a trivia question. What was Clint Eastwood's first role?
Oh, well, God, one of his first roles, he was like the scientist guy in Revenge of the Creature, right?
That is right. That was his first role, where he
right.
had the lab mouse in his pocket.
Right.
And it was a good talking role, for a couple
minutes.
Yeah,
right, exactly. Yeah, a nice little cameo for him,
I remember Lee Van Cleef, wasn't he in Godzilla as the sharpshooter?
God, maybe he was.
Or one of those, maybe Gorgo. I can't remember.
Oh, possibly. Maybe it was Gorgo. Yeah. But and that's another one too. We were talking about the Universal films and the original Creature from the Black Lagoon. I rank that as like top in the Universal. I mean, I rank that with Frankenstein.
Look at that design of the suit.
It's insane.
Yeah.
What they did with that film, even this was 1953, but still the technology, and they shot that film in 3D. Now, I've got a picture. You guys can probably barely see it. It's right there on the wall, and it's the creature swimming.
Yeah.
Right there. And there's the guy on the right with the 3D camera, 30 feet under the water, shooting the creature swimming in 3D.
And
nobody had done that before.
He could hold his breath for up to over 4 minutes on those shots.
Yeah, Riku Browning. Browning. Yeah. One of the great.
There he is. Instead of black and white.
Yes.
Ooh, from the Black Lagoon.
You got that too?
Damn right I do.
Yeah, I've got one of them up there too.
Black and white version. You know how much this costs? Cheap,
$10.
$7. Walmart.
Excellent.
There you go. Yep.
I couldn't believe it.
One. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, because everybody, like, people that horror fans or science fiction and horror fans, you've got to have a Creature from the Black Lagoon because it's one of the greatest monster creations of all time.
Monster Squad had one.
Right, of course. And he's constantly emulated.
F Goonies. Give me Monster Squad.
Yeah, right. Monster Squad. Yeah.
That was a fun movie.
Yeah. And believe it or not, guys, as I said, I live in Florida, in North Florida. I am 12 miles away from the Black Lagoon. I've gone to the Black Lagoon where they shot the film, where they shot all the water scenes.
I was there this year on a little boat tour. We're there.
You went?
Yeah.
It's totally cool, isn't it?
Richard Denning did more horror films than everybody except one actor.
What's that?
Really?
In the 50s. Richard
Denning.
Wow.
Richard Denning was awesome.
He was an awesome, handsome guy.
Now, Richard Denning or Richard Carlson?
This is Richard Carlson.
Richard Denning.
Richard Denning. Yeah, he was also in The Creature from the Black Lagoon.
I know, that's why I brought him up.
Carlson was also in there.
He did early TV in the early 50s, about 52, 53, Mr. and Mrs. North. If you've not checked out those murder mystery type show, they're wonderful. Alpha Video has them.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that was one thing about that film too, was the casting. The acting in that film, Creature from the Black Lagoon, is so good.
And the sound effect.
Julia Adams. The way the creature moves on land and in the
one
water.
of the greatest designs of all time.
Yeah,
one
and
of the greatest.
That was Millicent Patrick, the woman that created that. Basically, she did the head. She designed, and somebody else sculpted the head, but she really did that design, and she was on set, making sure that the whole bodysuit maintained its form, because that thing was literally pieced together. I mean, they were just kind of doing it by the skin of their teeth, out there.
Yeah, I mean, they got in, like you said, just like Hondo was a 3D movie. They were in a 3D craze.
Yeah. Yeah, and
the atomic age of horror, where you had a lot of nuclear, astro zombies, Well, Leonard Nimoy, he was in.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. He was. It was Zombies of the
Those
Stratosphere.
eyes are disturbing. They look like my breakfast. Eggs.
Right.
Right. And he was also in Them.
Yeah. Oh, Them.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Them is
giant grasshopper movies.
Film.
Yes.
Giant ant film. Yeah.
And ants
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites of all
and it's
time.
just such a great film.
Yeah.
It's so good. It is. The one thing about that film is that I just had wished they would have hired Ray Harryhausen to animate the ants.
Yeah.
Because it would have been so damn good.
But you know what? They look good for what they had and were working with. Yeah.
True.
I mean, that sound effect of them is truly disturbing.
It was scary. That if you watch that film, the amazing thing is that in the first 40 minutes of that film, you don't see the ants.
You don't see the ants.
Yeah, they get attacked. There's the scene with the girl the little girl at the beginning,
and she's just comatose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then of course they're at that creepy scene in the sandstorm when they're at that mobile home that's been ripped apart.
Right.
And of course the cop gets killed, but you don't see what's going on. All of that stuff is just like the buildup in that film.
Right. And then you get the payoff is so much better when you build it up. It's like building characterization into your characters along the way, so that you're invested in the characters, so that you care what happens.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of the slasher movies didn't have. Sophomoric acting, and then they get killed. Who cares? I don't care about this character. Kill him.
Yeah, exactly. You're rooting for the death of all the
exactly.
It's just so. I mean, those, and there were many. I mean, Forbidden Planet is another film
which inspired Star Trek.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, God, it's a landmark film, and it just goes to show you what intelligent writing, right? Yeah, Leslie Nielsen, man.
But now I can't skip over Them completely, because you had Them in the Thing with James Arness.
Yeah, James.
Oh,
Arness.
Yeah.
20 years on Gunsmoke.
Yep, that is true.
You had James Arness, the monster, and the ant killer, and then you had Glenn Strange behind the bar, who was Frankenstein.
That's heavy.
And he was like what, 6'7"? He was a tall guy,
something like that. Yeah. And they I don't know if you guys are aware. Now, obviously, John Carpenter did The Thing.
I love the remake.
Oh, the remake is fantastic, and I
saw that at a drive-in movie.
Yeah.
Now that's the way horror movies should be seen, is in your car at a drive-in movie, eating popcorn and spilling soda.
Sure.
I mean, on a big screen, or an IMAX theater, which is the closest thing we've got today.
Yeah. And it was much closer to the book. John Campbell's actual novella was much more like John Carpenter's film. And, I don't know if you guys know this, but a few years ago, they had uncovered the original manuscript that John Campbell wrote several years ago. And it contained 45 more pages of story that was not in the story that was released. I have that. It's called Frozen Hell. And that's it is a book. You can get it now. It's called Frozen Hell.
There's very few
movies. Really good. Really good.
Very few movies that remakes are just on par, but I can name two: The Blob and Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yep,
they had good remakes.
Yes, Invasion of the Body Snatchers had actually
Donald Sutherland there at the end.
At least one, the one good remake, and I like the Abe Ferrara. Did you see the one version? I think it's just called Body Snatchers, and it takes place on a military base. And this was like late 80s.
Well, that's a scary concept back in the 50s, your body being replaced.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
your mind, your whole persona just ripped from you in your sleep. It was like Freddy Krueger in your dreams.
Kind of.
Because of course you're in that dreamscape. That like American Werewolf in London. He wakes up and he thinks he's awake and he's not.
Yeah.
And then that happens in his hospital room and everything.
Yeah.
And then he really wakes up. So that was kind of like a spoof on the audience.
Yeah, of course. Well, the original version, though, in the 50s had something really intense behind it because Don Siegel was like, hey, look, communists are taking over, and this is what they're doing. And that's exactly what he was getting at with that film.
Same thing with Godzilla and the dropping of the bomb. It was, it was a scary time, right? The Cold War, and they even made Godzilla in the original one look like a mushroom cloud in silhouette against the clouds.
Yeah. I love the original Godzilla. Yeah, it's another one of those great films, and Inashiro Honda was just a genius.
Who knew Perry Mason was going to make it into a horror movie or
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen Attack of the Mushroom People?
No, I don't think I have.
You got it.
Ranks right up there.
What year was that?
You got to check it out. It's Inashiro Honda. You got to check this film out. It's this 1960s film.
Yeah.
These people, like, they're thieves, and they've just, like, there's been a heist. They're on a boat escaping. The boat hits some reefs, and they end up on this island that is inhabited. Well, you don't know really what's going on, but they're like, they get to a point where they're starving, so they start eating these mushrooms.
Hey, Rising.
And then they start thinking that some of the other their compadres are turning into these mushroom people. And you don't know if it's real or if they're just having a bad hallucination.
They're tripping. Yeah,
it is an intense film. It's either called Matango or Attack of the Mushroom People, but it's really good. It's bizarre. Bizarre. Inashiro Honda.
Before we get off the subject, can we talk about maybe your top 5 or 10 horror movies? What you'd rank up there, or sci-fi too?
Just sci-fi horror. Well, there's such great science fiction horror films too. I consider that a totally valid subgenre of the two, because you got films like Alien, which I would kind of consider that sci-fi horror. Like Event Horizon would be way up there. That film just is insane. It's
it is.
Really,
I like Enemy Mine.
Yeah, although that was less horror.
Less horror, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. But I would go back to like the beginning, as I said, like Island of Lost Souls.
Right.
The first
Alien
adaptation. Alien would be up there. Frankenstein, the original Frankenstein, James Whale.
Yeah,
absolutely. Metropolis, even though it's not horror, it's just such a great film. It's
The Cabinet of Dr. Gachet was an early one.
Caligari, that would be
Caligari, and then you had a little Vincent Van Gogh there. Sorry about that, Gachet. But you also had Conrad Veidt in, and they didn't know if they were going to make it a talkie. It was right on, 1919. The Man Who Laughs.
The Man Who Laughs.
That inspired the Joker.
Boy, that is such a great film. Another great film. So it gets tricky because with some of these movies, you kind of have to move them into the category of like greatest films of all time.
Right.
So if we narrow it down to like science fiction horror or horror, I would definitely have to go. The original Invasion of the Body Snatchers would be in that top 5. Absolutely. That thing's just really scared the shit out of me. Like when I was young. The Exorcist. The Exorcist. I literally, my brother and I convinced my mom when I was 11 years old. That film came out, and and he was 13. Convinced her to take us to the drive-in to see that movie.
How about the Omen movie?
I was traumatized.
How about the Omen?
Rex, how about we let him give him his list? What list of top 5 at
top 5?
Yeah.
Well, top 5, I would say, going back to, as I said, Island of Lost Souls, Frankenstein, James Whale. Okay, so those are two of way back. Then, I'm going to hold off on Invasion of the Body Snatchers because to me that is kind of horror. I think you guys would agree, but it is heavy science fiction element to it. Okay. So let's kind of put that aside for a second. But The Exorcist,
3, yeah,
absolutely. Return of the Living Dead.
Oh yeah,
Dan
the chick with the barbed wire on her face. That was good.
It's such a great film, technically speaking, and also too, it reminds me of when I grew up, because I grew up in the punk rock era. That film is totally punk rock. It's just absolutely, it's one of those films. And I don't know, to top it off, I'd say John Carpenter's The Thing.
And then another top 5 that you could do is Scariest of all time. Actually scary.
Yeah, actually ones that, well, The Exorcist traumatized me.
Yeah. Well, what about Omen?
When I was 11.
What about
the
Omen
scared the shit out of me too.
Yeah, really.
I didn't like the Omen.
Or Children of the Damned. When it's something, when you have children that are evil, it really is unnerving.
True. Remember that film,
Children of the Corn?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Remember The Other? That film called The Other, the psychological horror film about the twins.
Yeah.
But they're not really twins. It's just one kid, and he's got a split personality. And this is a 1970s film. If you haven't seen it, Apex, you got to check it out.
Yeah, check it out, man.
It is freaking.
Well,
great.
I mean, Sybil was disturbing. Speaking of schizophrenic. Or the what was it? The Pit with Olivia de Havilland. The
Pit and the Pendulum.
The Pendulum.
No, it was an early movie on schizophrenia.
Oh wow! I think I know what you're talking about.
The Snake Pit. The Snake Pit.
The Snake Pit. Right. Right.
Pit.
Yeah, and there was also like Shock Corridor, which was back there in that same period of time. There were some great psychological thrillers that were going on there, but man, it is totally tricky. I mean, I did not mention Event Horizon in that top 5. It wouldn't quite make it, but that film definitely impressed me. Like,
have you seen Gargoyles?
Gargoyles, yeah. The 1970s Bernie Casey.
Gargoyles! I love Gargoyles.
Yeah, it's Cornell Wilde.
Cornell Wilde, Bernie Casey.
Yeah, and early Scott. What's his name? Oh God, Scott Glenn.
Scott Glenn.
He was a young man back then.
Yeah,
hey, were you a Dark Shadows fan?
Yes. Yeah, Jonathan Frid. Great actor. As a matter of fact, you know what? I got to tell you guys, there's a great documentary about Dark Shadows and Jonathan Frid that's out now. It's new. It's like less than a year old, and it was at a film festival. I got a film called Haunted Thrills, a documentary about pre-code horror comics that's in the film festivals now, and it played at this festival with the Jonathan Frid documentary on Dark Shadows, and I talked to those guys that made the film. Man, Jonathan Frid's life was really something. I mean, like that guy was a great actor. I mean, he did make that show. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's just absolutely no doubt of it. He was the deal.
Barnabas Collins.
Barnabas Collins, man.
Now, I hear that the show suffered. I thought the acting, and they're obviously reading on cue cards sometime, that they would get scripts so late, almost like Star Trek, on the day that they didn't have time to memorize it.
No.
that wouldn't
get done in a week
at all, because a lot of these studios just didn't give a damn. They really didn't. Like, you know how Rod Serling was screwed with the Night Gallery?
Yeah.
They just screwed him royal. After he does Twilight Zone, which is considered one of the greatest TV series of all time to this day.
Right. Along with Outer Limits.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, Outer Limits is another one. And so he does that. Then he does Night Gallery, and you'd think like, well, they're going to give him, Universal's going to give him full backing.
Right.
They just pulled the rug right out from under him. And he got disgusted with the series, and it barely lasted 3 seasons.
Yeah.
That should have been a 10-season show.
Oh, absolutely.
And they just screwed him. They felt, and this is like these are things that I often wonder about, like, with the greats like Rod Serling, because if you have somebody that that is that great, top of its game.
He might had that continued, like you said, and they said, do whatever you want. Here's the budget.
Right?
It may have changed. It
Yeah.
may have changed TV as we know it. The direction that other projects, you know.
Yeah.
Because
I think you're right, man.
Definitely, you know, his earlier Twilight Zone spawned so much imagination in other.
Sure.
I mean, it opened up the limits of what TV could be.
Yeah.
It was so different. And they were like, I'm sure a lot of filmmakers were looking at that TV series and going, wow, every week they couldn't wait to see what Rod had come up with.
Right. And people, you know, it's just amazing. Like, I was so disappointed with Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone. I don't know if you guys saw any of those.
I saw the first of it. I was like, nah, he should not have got more of that.
Yeah, all you have to do is go to IMDb, look at Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone, then look at Rod Serling's and look at the ratings. Rod Serling just crushes the guy.
Snapped him like
yeah, it's not even
making me kid.
Not even close.
Yeah.
What Jordan Peterson? I keep thinking Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peele.
That would be so.
The other guy.
They should let Jordan Peterson make a Twilight.
Probably.
That would be the funniest damn thing in the world. Right. Okay. Oh my God. The 12 rules of the Twilight Zone.
Those rules, right?
Something I don't know, but in any case, yeah, Jordan Peele just did not get it. He did not understand where Rod Serling was coming from. He thought he was some kind of social justice warrior. He was not. Please. Rod Serling was not.
Here's another one that's just like that. Ben Cross as Barnabas Collins in the 80s or the original. You know?
Oh God, yeah, it's just. I mean, unbelievable. And you know what they did, like with the Outer Limits, they tried and they tried again and again, revamping the Outer Limits. And
nothing like just a Stefano Outer Limits, man. You can't beat that.
Right. And you know, some of them, I saw some of the newer Outer Limits. You know, it's one of those things where, some of the episodes would be like really good.
But Mike,
and then they would just be like just five shit.
But Mike,
it's better in black and white. It's better in black and white. It has the impact of black and white, like horror right
60s
there.
Was a golden age in TV for so many reasons. You had truly seasoned, peppered, spiced up actors that had came out of vaudeville.
Yeah, sure.
They knew how to act.
Yeah.
Now it's all commercial. And they couldn't care less. It's about
I don't even. There's not even a new series that I watch.
Nah,
I don't even watch any new series.
If it's good enough, it'll get back to you. Did you give the DC Swamp Thing a try?
Was that a series?
Yeah, it was what season?
Oh, I did not see that.
And it was good. It was good, but they canceled it.
Oh,
it was good.
Corbett doesn't know what to do with themselves. I swear, they just leave the creativity out. Leave it for the creative people.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating with and we were one of the things we were gonna kind of talk about was like the idea of horror comics being adapted to films, right?
Oh yeah,
and we know like Tales from the Crypt is a great example. Of course they made the series, and I liked a lot of that series. That series lasted like 7 seasons. It was very successful, Tales from the Crypt, and there were great episodes in there, right? So some not so good, some really good, but it kind of set the tone. And of course, Creepshow came along, and Creepshow was kind of like the reverse, where it was Stephen King who wrote the stories.
Yeah.
Then after the movie, they made the comic book.
Bernie Wrightson, baby.
Bernie Wrightson.
What is your assessment, since you brought his name up? What is your assessment of you just mentioned him.
Bernie Wrightson.
Bernie Wrightson.
No.
Stephen King?
Stephen King. Yeah.
I like some of his novels. I think he's batshit crazy now.
Yeah.
I think he's totally insane. The guy has lost his freaking mind.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's sad because he did write some great novels.
Yeah.
You know, I've read some, it's, back in the day, probably you guys too, just stuff where you're just like, yeah, this is good. Kind of like really good mainstream horror. I would call him that. But man, the guy is just, I think he's got like fourth stage TDS, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's bad news. It's just like he's lost all reason and sanity.
Yeah.
Sad to see. Sad to see, but what can be said? It's
well, you always get this, the books are better than the movie adaptations. In most cases.
Typically they are. I would kind of, God, yeah, Stephen King's It. The book is 10 times better than anything that's been attempted to film or
and yet
whatever.
Timothy Curry did a good clown.
He did. I like
great. Yeah, that was fun.
Version better than the movie.
I did too.
Oh my God.
Because they didn't try to do the book, because if you did the book, it would have almost been X-rated, and not for any pornographic elements per se, but the clown in the book is so wicked and so evil, and the way that he talks to those children and torments them and taunts them in such a way that it's just unspeakable. I mean, it's really sick. It's really freaking sick. It's intense. And they never touched that in of course, obviously in the Tim Curry thing, but in these new movies, they never even got close to that. Nothing, man. And that's what scared the shit out of me. I was like, wow.
Don't you think that it in a way, these things are base that's been there for centuries, that things that scare people, but people nowadays have been desensitized to certain things.
Yes. Oh yeah, totally. They have been desensitized, but I still think people would have probably been shocked. I mean, I would love to do that. I always thought that it would be such a great film to adapt, but done perfectly like the book, because it would just completely, it would have to get an X rating. It would have to be to get some kind of rating where nobody under 18 would be admitted.
NC-17.
And absolute NC-17.
I really almost think that the early 70s movies, horror movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre is one, had a grittiness and a shock value, almost like they threw the censor out.
Yeah.
I mean, they still have a impact that modern movie that some of the more slick, things don't have.
That's true. You're absolutely right, because it was Tobe Hooper, and Tobe Hooper was a great director. He knew exactly what he was doing, and I mean, it's kind of like look at the other like no budget films that people did before they got big, like Rodriguez with El Mariachi, or the guy that did you guys ever see that movie called Primer? It's a science fiction film. It came out in 2005. It was made, the budget was $8,000.
Who was in it?
And it was huge. Well, Sean Carruth was one of the actors in it. You would not know these guys. You would not. It was like nobodies.
Is that the one with the?
It's a time machine. There's a time machine.
Primer. It was kind of like the Blob. It was kind of like the Blob, out of nowhere, and it was a big hit. And and Blair Witch Project.
Blair Witch was another film. There's a really great example. That film was $60,000. Nothing.
Yeah.
A drop in the bucket.
Yeah, it looked like a documentary, right?
If you're imaginative enough, you can still do it.
Yes. But what was really amazing about Blair Witch Project was that it was a $60,000 budget film, but Sony Pictures dropped $25 million for the advertising budget for that. Now think
and
about
it paid
that.
off.
They dropped that money, right? They dropped $25 million by watching a $60,000 film, and they were like, "Look, if we put $25 million into this, we're going to make $250 million," which they did.
Yeah.
And they, so you've got people, you know, there are people in the business, like executives, that really do know what they're doing. They can spot something and go, "Hey, that's going to be great, man. That $60,000 film is going to make us untold, you know, riches down the road if we drop a lot of money into it. You know, if we actually
if we distribute it and get eyes on it."
Right.
Exactly.
There's been a lot of lost classics that are good films, but they didn't get eyes on them.
You're absolutely right. They were failed by the distributors, you know, and by the studios that just would not push,
or it was marketed wrong.
Yeah, true. I mean, John Carpenter's The Thing, that was a failure. It was a flop. It was a box office disaster.
Well,
you know, and
I mean, so was Wizard of Oz in a way. You know,
well, that's
moderate. You know,
but the thing about it, of course, obviously, years later, The Thing would become one of the great films and a cult classic, and it made its money back tenfold.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
cult classics don't pay the studio back.
It doesn't. They don't.
No.
They do not. They do not. And so, what do you have today? I can't even tell you the last time I actually went to a theater, man. I just, you know, like if I saw something like, if John Carpenter was going to be like, "Well, I have The Thing too. I'm going to do, I'm putting
it's more like this, guys.
Like
this is the current Hollywood right here. Can people with severe TDS and political bias make good movies? No, they cannot.
You know, I guess not, man. You know, I don't know. Some people are, you know, it's kind of weird with certain people. They can kind of push that bias away, and they can actually do something good. Right. The problem is that they just keep letting it infiltrate their work. So then it becomes like a lecture, and then you're just like, I don't want to hear that shit, man.
Exactly.
I just want to watch a horror film. Come on.
I mean, you know, with Rod Serling, you had multiple ideals that were all over the place, but those are few and far between. You know, he came out of the New York scene and bam, took Hollywood by storm. But that's like the lightning in a bottle, genie in a bottle. It only happens every now and then, you know. Yeah. And most people are like a one-hit wonder, and they get into the same repetitive trope.
Yeah.
You know,
they do. And Blumhouse is a perfect example of that. Blumhouse is all about tropes. That's all they do. They make film after, they even rip themselves off. They put up because they know it's going to sell. That's the whole thing. It's like, Jesus Christ, I could show you 10 Blumhouse movies where suddenly somebody is being dragged across the floor by unseen forces. What the fuck? And they just keep doing it and doing it because it's a trope that sells.
Yeah. Well, Mike, I want to get to your comic, but I have to mention this: Roger Corman.
Aha!
Yeah, Roger Corman. Yeah, he was one of my absolute. If you know, growing up and everything, Roger Corman, Little Shop of Horrors, Bucket of Blood. The 1950s, those are some of the greatest horror comedies ever made. There's no doubt about it. They're just for no money, absolute no money. But you got like Dick Miller in those films. You got Charles Griffith, who was writing the screenplays of those films. Also, Creature from the Haunted Sea, which is like just such a hilarious freaking movie, man. And that was all Charles Griffith. He was writing all those scripts for Corman, you know. And
can you explain The Terror to me?
No, I don't even know what the hell was going on with The Terror. It's a Terror. I think
this film needs an enema.
Yeah, I think they were eating a lot of peyote or something during that. They found
mushrooms or something, man.
They
I
didn't
don't
cut
know.
it. They didn't cut it together too good.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. It was just. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I love some of those other Poe films though, like
yeah.
Mask of the Red Death. Wow,
Yep.
I really, Corman.
The Raven. Yeah.
Yeah, the Raven. I think Corman did Edgar Allan Poe for the most part really well. He did justice to Poe for the budget, for everything that he had. I think he did a really great job. And the thing about Corman is that he famously he made, like what, I don't know, he made, God, I think over 500 films.
Wow.
Either produced, executive produced, or directed over 500 films. And he was like, look, I never lost a dime on any of my films.
Except one, and that was his movie on racism. With William Shatner.
Yep.
And it was his first attempt at like a serious movie and not an exploitative film.
Yeah.
And he lost money.
The Intruder.
Yep.
All the rest of them he made money on.
And that's a great film too.
It is a great film.
The Intruder.
On racism.
Yeah, Shatner is just great, man.
Oh, he's over the top.
What year did it come out? Do you remember?
You could see him.
That must have been like
early 70s?
Early 60s.
Early 60s.
Yeah.
Early 60s. Yeah, black and white.
Yep.
The Intruder, right? It was called The Intruder, right?
Wow.
That was it.
Yep. And I have to throw one more thing in there. The first time we got color horror movies, really, Hammer horror.
Oh God, yeah. I did a little research on that too.
There's another great Dracula.
Terrence Fisher.
As a matter of fact, I like Christopher Lee's Dracula better than Bela Lugosi's. I did too. Say that now. I liked him better for the visceral nature of his vampire. Like he scared the shit out of me. Bela Lugosi was like the kind of elegant vampire guy.
But now at the time, he had performed that in theater.
Oh, he was great.
Time and time again. He even played Jesus Christ in the early mid-teens.
He did.
I mean, a great Hungarian actor. But I mean, if he hadn't turned down Frankenstein, he could have been Boris Karloff. We may have never got Boris Karloff.
You're absolutely right. And Boris Karloff was Frankenstein's monster. There's no doubt about it. He was the guy. He was the guy to do it. But I'm not knocking Bela Lugosi. I think Bela Lugosi is fantastic. The thing about those Hammer films is they brought this certain, like, just in your face horror that the other films just didn't quite have. I mean, they had kind of a modern sensibility, but not too much. They still kept it gothic and everything. But Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, man, that's just a combination is hard to beat with those guys. They were, God, it reminds me of, I just saw for like the 20th time that film with Christopher Lee and Telly Savalas. They're on the train. And this film, it is a science fiction horror film. They're on a train and there's this alien presence that's in a crate and it gets out and it's like an alien and what it can do is that it kind of it can get a person and it takes all of their memories and visual I guess all of their visual memories, it sucks it out of them and they die, and it retains them. So it has gone through history and it has the capacity to like look back at prehistoric times. It can see everything.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's kind of a horrifying film. It's called It's called The Horror Express.
Horror Express.
Horror Express.
I have to mention one of my favorites, Bruce Dern in Silent Running.
Bruce Dern is great,
man.
And you had pre-Star Wars cute droids.
Oh yeah, Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Yeah, and then you also had the actor, that was racing around at the first in the cart that was later in Alien.
Yeah, that is correct. You're absolutely right. Yep. That was God.
I love it, man. Just jettison the rest of the crew.
All right.
Oh yes, and of course that 70s soundtrack with Joan Baez. Good Lord, man.
Yeah.
I mean, all of those the funniest thing about that was that period of time. Okay, we're talking like late 60s,
Omega Man.
Late 60s into the mid 70s with all of these ecological disaster films.
Planet of the Apes. Come on.
I love that, man.
Yeah.
Rod
Serling screenplay.
Yeah, exactly.
Planet of the Apes, you know. I mean, he was in there.
You know who tried out the chimpanzee makeup first?
Who
was that?
That was Barbra Streisand's husband.
James Brolin.
James Brolin. He did the early tryout makeup. He didn't make it into the film, but he did.
Right.
Wow.
They have test footage of him with the makeup on.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. But it's a funny thing. That speaking of the ecological disaster films, like Soylent Green. Soylent Green was based upon a novel called Make Room, Make Room, written by Harry Harrison.
And it's set in 2022 this year.
I know.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Get eaten tonight, okay? Stay away from the cannibals.
Yeah, where 40 million people are living in New York City.
Right.
Now they're getting away from New York City. Total opposite.
And it was such a, and also too, you gotta realize that when Harry Harrison wrote the novel, he was writing it for 1999. He wrote it in the early 60s. And he was envisioning this happening in New York in 1999. And when it rolled around, he was like, Jesus, I really screwed up on that one, man. It was just a complete disaster.
Why is it that they never set it far enough into the future?
I don't know. That's
time
a good
flies,
question.
I guess.
There are very few times. Now, I think if you do, especially sci-fi, you need to at least set 100 years into the future.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it kind of depends on what it is. Like if it's speculative fiction where, for instance, Mad Max, Road Warrior.
Right.
Now that could be like a few years from now.
Sure. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
I think that's Venezuela, isn't it? I think that's Venezuela, isn't it?
Venezuela.
No doubt.
So there you go. Yeah, that's Mad Max, Road Warrior. I don't know when that was supposedly taking place.
Well, like Gary Anderson's UFO, it's set in 1980 in the future.
Yeah.
Right. 1980 in the future.
1969 to 1980 is not a long time.
I mean, great season. But,
what was he thinking?
Yeah, or 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
I mean, and of course, obviously at that point, yes, we had landed on the moon. So it wasn't like a big stretch that
Destination Moon.
Destination Moon's another one.
Or The Incredible Melting Man.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That was a Japanese movie, wasn't it?
The Incredible Melting Man. No. That was actually it was Rick Baker's first makeup job. And this was the guy that did I'm thinking this was mid 70s.
Okay.
Right in there. And it was the guy that did Scared to Death. I want to say Robert Malone, the director. It was something like that. Bob Malone.
Okay, I'm going to scare you, Mike. The Tingler.
The Tingler, yeah.
Vincent Price.
Vincent Price, the Tingler.
Well, and that was the guy, William Castle, right?
Yeah,
wasn't
William Castle.
Who rigged the theaters to shock people,
vibrate or shock you.
Medical personnel in case you get a heart attack or something.
Those were the
I had a climax. I had the best orgasm in my life at the theater. What was up with that? I love that seat. Let's go back next week.
My wife got a better orgasm at the theater than at home. Come on, honey.
The only
if
thing
it was set in the 80s, it'd be Pee Wee Herman going, ha ha ha.
Sure. There you go. The Tingler. Yeah. And that was that period, the 60s and 70s, which unfortunately I missed. Like, for instance, like they would pass out the barf bags.
Yeah.
Like if it was a film that was supposedly so gross that you were going to throw up or whatever. Yeah. And I actually have a vomit bag.
It was gimmicky. It was gimmicky.
Slightly used.
Yeah.
Slightly used. Oh my God.
Yeah, I got
it must be lime.
Good one. Glad you have a great college education, my friend.
The Tingler, was that my nickname in college?
Check this shit out.
Oh, let's see this.
Yeah.
There you go. This vomit bag and the price of admission will enable you to see positively the most horrifying film ever made. See it soon at a theater near you.
Mark of the Devil.
Mark of the Devil.
Mark of the Devil. There it is.
Now, was that an American film? What I mean,
it may have been actually British.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those British.
I think it was a British flick.
Well, when I say American, I mean the company that the film, because Vincent Price did a lot of lower budget.
That was American International, I believe.
Really? Are you kidding me?
American International. Yeah.
Did you get that off eBay?
No, from my head, buddy. Oh, you talking from the bag?
The barf bag.
I got this in Los Angeles. I got this actually probably about 40 years ago. When I was a teenager in Los Angeles, at like a collector's shop, for like $1 or something.
Wow,
that's awesome. Yeah. That's really a collectible, right there.
It is totally cool. You actually, you know what? You can find them on eBay for like $10. So they're not that expensive,
right?
But it's hilarious because they used to put. For various films, they would issue those barf bags, right? Yeah. And they also had it would be something like there would be like $1 million insurance policy if you died of fright, like during the screening of this motion picture. If you die of fright, we'll pay you.
An early George Lucas film I like is THX.
Yeah,
I've not seen that. I guess I gotta watch.
Oh yeah, you need to see that.
Good science fiction.
Yeah.
This
is one of the modern. Well, this is like 21 years ago. You remember? Let me go ahead and blow myself up here. You remember this movie?
Jeepers Creepers. The first one's great.
The first one's the best one.
The first one is absolutely by a mile. It is the best one. It is so good. It's such a. I just love the scene in the police station.
Yeah.
Where he just comes in, and it's just such a great sequence, man. There's a lot of like a building up of dread in that film. Like where you're just like you're anticipating this creature attacking or doing something.
A build up.
And they really do that. The director. They really had it. They hit it right on the head with that film.
If you want the payoff, you have to get the buildup.
Yeah,
that's right.
I think that first film, that's one of my favorite modern monsters. I mean, it's the only one that's really good.
It's like you didn't even know what it was.
Right. Right. And it's like, all the little elements, like, he's got the truck and it has guys like, what is that? Beating you, the license plate. It's like they don't even realize it's like be eating you. That's what he's saying, man. And all of those little things, in the film, and she's like singing the Jeepers Creepers song.
Yeah,
the black woman, and you're just like, oh God.
I love to put little in stories, the little Easter eggs, that maybe only about. If nothing else, it keeps your mind entertained, and if somebody gets it, great, but you've got it in there, and it makes it fun.
Yeah.
Before we run out of time, Mike, we need to talk about your original IP.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, one thing I want to point out, you guys, because we were talking, real quickly before we get to that, is that Okay, do you guys ever watch stuff on Tubi?
Occasionally.
Man,
Tubi
people
TV.
been recommending that. Yep.
This is on Tubi.
The Chair. I have
I've
that.
seen that.
Yeah.
It's a movie
Peter
called
Simeti's The Chair.
Right.
Yeah.
This was made. You guys know this was adapted into a film.
Yes, I have the film.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you have the film.
Rodney Piper's last film.
That's
Roddy
Tubi,
Piper's last
Yeah.
film, right?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
another one we didn't mention. They.
That's right.
What's that?
Where the glasses?
With
John
Rodney
Carpenter's
Piper,
They.
where he
Yeah.
puts on the glasses.
They live. They live,
Oh,
right?
Or
They
they
live.
live.
They
Yeah,
live.
not
They-
they, but yeah.
They live, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
God, that's a great.
But I think there is a movie called They as well.
Is there?
And-
Yeah. Mhm.
Right, they, them.
Yeah. No,
that is scary.
Terrible pronouns. They're horror movies on itself. Oh, no, they live, man. Oh,
it's fantastic.
So
Well,
good.
John Carpenter. He's just
Yeah.
one of those guys. The Fog, the original, his
Yep. Mhm.
The Fog is fantastic.
Yeah.
And of course, he did some great stuff. I don't know if you guys ever watched the any of the Masters of Horror. That
oh
TV
yeah,
series.
man, that is so good.
I've got the Mausoleum collection up there on
Holy
the top
mackerel,
shelf.
really?
It's got all of them.
I guess I need, since you brought up that, I need to bring up like Psycho.
Yeah.
Psycho's fantastic.
Alfred Hitchcock. What do you think about him?
Fantastic. Just
Yeah.
a great director and also really funny.
Yeah.
The one thing about Alfred Hitchcock is he had such a great sense of humor and like dark humor too.
Yeah.
Things that he would do. But that's another film that I would be tempted to put, like, at least in my top 10 would be The Birds.
Oh
The
yeah.
The Birds really freaked me out as a kid.
Some people say that, but I never get it. Maybe I'm not placing myself back in that time. It is
You're not.
scary that
Maybe.
birds are all around us, kind of like
Especially
insects.
the gas station scene, man.
Gas station.
Crazy.
It's
I
so
need to go
good.
rewatch that
Wow.
because it never really
You have
really
to watch
scary
it.
to me.
I'm gonna have to
It
watch
just-
it again myself. Yeah.
It's like it, and an interesting thing about that film is that it was based upon a novel by
Mhm.
Daphne du Maurier or du
Mhm.
Maurier, whatever the fuck. Her name, I just can't pronounce her. She's a French author, and so it's kind of an ecological horror film, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the
Uh-huh.
great thing about it is that you never find out why. The
Oh.
birds just start going insane, right? It's a worldwide phenomenon. There is no explanation for why they just suddenly flip out. And this is a really interesting thing because, there's always that idea of like, well, we have to explain it. We have to explain why they're freaking out. There's,
No,
it must be something. But in that film, it is not necessary. It is just not. Yeah, I mean, as a matter of fact, I think it would have ruined it if they tried to explain, like, give you some stupid ass thing with like the magnetic poles have shifted or some bullshit. It would just be, unneeded, unnecessary, kind of thing. But the birds and Psycho, obviously, I think Psycho is just phenomenal horror film. And the way Hitchcock, if he wanted to really get under your skin, he could do it. He could really do it. But he also was great with like adventure suspense stuff, like North by Northwest and all of
I
those
love that
Oh
movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
great
Cary Grant.
films. Yeah. So he had like this multi-layered,
And his TV show.
and his TV show is fantastic.
Mhm.
I love the Alfred Hitchcock Presents. Man.
The little shadow, big shadow.
I
Alfred
just-
Hitchcock.
I just
And
love
he's
that.
another director that goes back to the silent era. He did a
Yeah.
lot of silent movies.
Back in England.
He
Yeah.
did. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, and he God, back in what was it? Let's Get Harry or something, or The Trouble with Harry.
Trouble with Harry.
That was
Yeah.
one of, I think, his first sound film, maybe, or it was his first break.
The Man That Knew Too Much.
That's
was
another one. Jimmy Stewart. Yeah.
Yeah, there are just so many. I even liked Frenzy, which was a '70s film.
I have
much
not
later.
seen that one. I'm about to see that.
It's a weird one.
Yeah.
Kind of a
Well,
weird
I
one.
mean, there was some weird stuff that happened really after the 60s fallout, right? In the early 70s, those are some weird transitionary type things up till we maybe got Jimmy Carter in 76, you know?
Right.
And then things kind of normalized, you know?
There was a lot of things going on.
There were a lot of experimental, you know, things coming out of the 60s into the early 70s that were...
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And that was like Roman Polanski was one of the spearheads of that scene.
Oh,
you know, Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah.
You know, one of my favorite. That's another film that, I mean, it's just a freak out, man. That film, I love that film. But you've got, you know, William Friedkin.
Well, I mean, whoever did the casting, you know, that played her husband, he's just,
I know,
he's got a creep factor, and he just needs to stand there. The old lady,
all
that's
the people in the apartment, right?
Yeah. It's all, and the old man. It's just all geared to be claustrophobic in a way.
And you know what's really interesting too? I don't know if you guys have seen the Polanski film called The Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp.
No,
but you should really check it out. It is, because one of the great things, without giving anything away, I highly recommend this film, because there's a spirituality to the film, which is, it works on two levels, being genuine, and also it works as being satirical against modern day Satanists. It's like it just is a total bash.
Well, the early 70s, there were a lot of satanic movies.
There were. This film was like 2005, though.
Yeah, there was a lot of people. Of course, Aleister Crowley, and
of course,
you know, and
Anton LaVey and all those guys.
But people were going into that, which would have been taboo before, you know.
True. That is true.
So they were really stretching the fabric of what you could do, and then the writing system, you know, changed.
Yes.
Later.
Yeah.
And
that is true. Yeah.
But you had a lot of people stretching the genre, I think, and testing the waters for different.
Yeah. Well, also the Tenant.
And even in comics at the same time, you had the throw off of the Authority Code. And they were stretching themselves, I think, with the horror magazines and things at the time.
Right. Yeah. And that was the whole thing about my documentary, Haunted Thrills. It was all about the pre-code going up to 1955 when the code was implemented.
Because as far killed EC Comics.
It killed everything.
It
killed them all.
It killed everything.
It put them all out of business. Hundreds of writers and artists were out of business. Along with dozens of publishers, and the comics just became, I mean, any attempt at horror comics after that was just so weak and so crap.
It was campy Batman.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. They couldn't even, like, they couldn't have certain things, like they could not mention werewolves on the cover. Satan could not be mentioned on the cover. All kinds of just stupid words could not even be.
Well, I mean, in Hollywood, you had like Edward G. Robertson blacklisted. You know, you had the blacklist actors because of communism during the Red Scare in the McCarthy years.
And all of this stuff is going on. The 50s was insane.
And now you have Joe Biden.
It was totally.
You got communists not the real America. What the hell's going on?
We're the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's totally. Have you guys seen that movie called V?
Yes.
It's the V. It's Alan Moore, right? That was an Alan Moore comic book. Yeah, the V.
Yeah, V. Yeah, V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta. I'm sorry. V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
There's I mean, you've seen Biden compared to John Hurt as the fascistic leader in V for Vendetta.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Side to side.
You almost had me tearing my face off and revealing a lizard man.
Yeah, right. That's another one. V.
Yeah.
Now I want to mention one movie, and this has been rolling around. If you would consider this horror, kind of psychological, Memento.
Yeah, Memento is great.
Where he can't remember.
I love that film.
The way it's cut.
It's just so great, man. It is kind of psychological horror, because the guy is just totally screwed up, man.
Yeah.
It's relentless, and they did a lot with no effects whatsoever.
Again, that was kind of like a Blair Witch type thing.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
And the writing.
I'm sure it had a bigger budget, but you could see that they could do that with some inventive writing and cutting. They could do that on the cheap.
Yes. Oh yeah, totally.
Editing,
that strangely reminds me of another film from the 70s called Phase 4. You ever heard of this film?
Yeah.
Phase 4 is about mutant ants. They're not giant. They're just they're regular ants, but they become more intelligent. It's like these people are studying them in the desert, and as they study them, those ants start building these sophisticated colonies, and the scientists are like, shit, we got to kill these ants. They're starting to get really intelligent. So every time they kill them, the ants come back with something more intelligent and more evolved.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's just really I highly recommend this film, Phase 4. I believe it's on Tubi, but it's everywhere. As a matter of fact, it may even be on YouTube.
I haven't read it. I do have one issue of it as an example, but it's a more recent comic, and it's called Trees, I believe. And what it is these giant columns, almost like Death Star ships, but they're, cylinders, and they implant themselves in the earth. It's really an invasion by the aliens, but time goes by and nothing happens. They're there all over the planet, and people kind of get used to them. And then I guess the aliens come out. I don't know. It's an intriguing idea.
That's
I think I have one issue of that.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. So these are like just gigantic cylinders.
Columns, that people are
like,
the
earth.
Just plumb, and
weird.
And I guess
that is
plummet,
weird.
And
I think Vault Comics did they publish that? I think it was Vault, wasn't it?
I can't remember exactly.
One of those indie companies,
it was one of the independents. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that Haunted Thrills was the last thing I made. Haunted Thrills about pre-code comics was actually
on your channel, right?
It is. It's on my channel. You can watch the documentary, but and also there's a trailer on my channel for Witch Tales. Now, Witch Tales was a feature film I made when I was living in Peru, and what I did is I decided. I mean, I'm just like a pre-code comic book fanatic. I just love that time. I just that era of comic books is just so great, and so I was like, I'm going to make a movie that's based upon stories from that era. Non-EC, no EC, obviously.
Right.
But from the other publishers that nobody's
like
ever heard.
Pine, like there was a Witch Tales. I've got an old Witch Tale.
Yeah, that's Harvey, Witch's Tales.
Yeah.
Harvey, right. Harvey did a ton, man. They had like Chamber of Chills, Witch's Tales, Tomb of Terror, a ton of stuff.
I think Charlton had a few.
Yeah, Charlton had. Yeah, well, Steve Ditko.
Yeah,
Steve Ditko famously got his start, doing those. Some of my favorite pre-code stuff from Steve Ditko. He did some weird stuff.
Out of This World or Out.
Yeah.
Haunted Mansion, among others. Yeah.
And then later he did Gorgo, and he did Conga.
Conga.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I know that Charlton released, I don't know if Ditko had it, Reptilis, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. That's right. So that was something what I did is I strangely enough, I was invited to attend this horror festival in Lima in Peru, and I asked them, I was like, look, I would love to set up, because they gave me a booth. So I set up a casting booth, and I was like, look, I'm looking for bilingual actors. in Lima that where we can shoot this film simultaneously in Spanish and in English.
Kind of like Dracula.
Exactly. That was except for like $9,000. Okay. So that was my budget.
Yeah, low budget. I get it.
Yeah. Film. So I found I did a 2 days worth of casting. I ended up finding all of like at least 90% of the people during that time, and then I had to look for some other actors. But so we shot this film literally like, we would shoot a scene in Spanish, turn around and shoot it in English. And it was a really kind of a horrible situation, and I would never do it again. It was one of those things where not only are you strapped with no money, and I paid the actors, I paid the cast and crew. Out of that 9,000, they were paid.
Right.
But we were working, we would do like a 12 to 14 hour shoot, and you would almost get, I don't know, like maybe you would get 70% of what you would normally get done on if you weren't doing, shooting in 2 languages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So it was kind of a nightmare. It was really kind of a nightmare, but we did it. It happened. So basically, I finished the film, and the editing process, of course, you've got to edit 2 different films. You're editing entirely different films in English and in Spanish. And on the Blu-ray, both of those are on it. So you can watch the Spanish version with English subtitles, or just watch the English language version.
And the movie again, title of that?
It's called Witch Tales.
Witch Tales, okay.
Yeah, and it's on the trailer's on my channel.
Great.
And it is it's just kind of like, it was for me, it was like, yeah, I've got to really do some of these stories that were from the pre-code era that have been long forgotten.
Wow.
That was the whole thing, right? Because
that's cool.
And some of those artists, I mean, L.B. Cole, and we were talking about some of these. I know Rex, Apex, we were talking about these guys, L.B. Cole, the people back in that period, even Frank Frazetta. Frazetta was doing pre-code, back there. Al Williamson.
Yep.
Good Lord, man. So many artists, Lee Elias, who did a lot of that Harvey stuff, the Chamber of Chills, Tomb of Terror, all that, Witch's Tales, forgotten, entirely forgotten.
Wow.
That is the thing. So my thing was like, I'm going to bring this back. Then after finishing that and then getting the Blu-rays out, I was like, well, now I'm going to do a documentary.
Yeah.
Based upon all, that the lesser known publishers, artists, and writers of the period. It has no EC in it whatsoever. It is all of the other people that nobody's ever heard of. And so I did Haunted Thrills, and Haunted Thrills is, you can watch it. It's 25 minutes. It's not, it's a short documentary, but it's on my channel. If That's anybody's interested in checking it out, I guarantee you will see stuff you've never seen before.
Yeah, Mike, we need to drop the link to your channel in the chat.
Oh, okay. So
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, cool. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank
you.
Now
we better get to your book, Mike, or we won't get to your book.
Get to your book, sir.
What is the book?
What do you? I don't know. What is the book?
Yeah. Well, I've got these books I was doing art on.
Oh,
is that what you were talking about? These?
Did you have a book out or something, or no?
No, I don't. I've written stories for books.
Okay.
Like science fiction and horror stories that I sell to like anthologies and shit. That type of stuff.
Yeah. Do you like doing mashups? Like the horror, but sci-fi. I mean,
I love the horror and sci-fi.
Yeah, you just the combination.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite. Like
Reanimator. What do you think about that?
Reanimator? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and From Beyond, which was another Stuart Gordon film. Also Dagon. I don't know if you guys have seen Dagon.
Oh
but
wow, yeah.
If you have not seen that, that is, I think, Stuart Gordon's.
Now, what is the '50s movie I'm thinking of? Sci-fi movie where it has the giant eyeball creature in the cave, the alien.
Oh, yeah, It Came from Outer Space.
It Came from Outer Space.
Yes.
What was his name? The main actor in that movie.
Richard Carlson, wasn't it?
That was Richard Carlson.
Richard Carlson.
Right,
yeah.
Now, Richard Carlson made more sci-fi movies in the 50s than any other actor. Richard Denning, number 2.
Number 2. So both of them, and also
both of them.
Also, It Came from Outer Space. Russell Johnson, of course, Gilligan's Island, the professor. He is in It Came from Outer Space.
Yeah,
you know?
He did some stuff like that. Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He was, God, he must have been in, he was probably in like a dozen sci-fi horror films in the 50s. I would imagine, in greater or lesser roles.
Really, that was a fun time in horror movies. It really was in the 50s.
Man. Yeah. I love
and just like any Gothic horror, the black and white, you just can do so much with black and white.
Mm-hmm.
People don't. I'm old enough now. I was very young, but I remember, The Fugitive in color.
Yes.
The Invaders in color.
The Invaders. Quentin Martin production.
And a lot of people didn't have a TV set or they had black and white. They didn't have it in color, and they had to watch it in black and white,
Yeah.
That is true. God.
But there's something about black and white that just lends itself to horror, noir, and
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is. It's like I have met people, like younger people, throughout my life, like that have literally told me they will not watch a black and white film.
That's sad.
It is totally sad.
Yeah.
It's totally sad. It's also like, I remember going to Blockbuster, right? And I would be there looking at titles, and I would usually look for the indie titles, where like you're looking at a wall of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, like one movie, and there's like 30 copies, right? And then there's like an indie movie, and there's only one copy. And like a couple of kids are talking, and the kid goes to the other kid, he's like, look, only rent the Arnold Schwarzenegger film because that's the only one that's any good because there's so many of them. Those other ones aren't worth renting. That's what he said. And I was like, good Lord.
No.
We are just screwed, man. Because it's the whole mainstream ideology, right? It's got to, if it's big, it's worth seeing.
Okay, you got
small,
Boris Karloff. You have Bela Lugosi. You have Lon Chaney
Vincent
Senior
Price.
and Junior.
Yeah.
Vincent Price.
Mm-hmm.
Your top 5.
Horror actors of all time.
Yeah, and if you say Kurt Russell, that's okay too.
Yeah. But we got to talk about about actual actors that were horrifying, right? That played horror characters.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So definitely Boris Karloff would be up there. I would also say Robert Englund. Robert Englund was just such that whole thing with Nightmare on Elm Street, even though it got ridiculous.
Right.
I mean, like, kind of down the road.
But that's generally scary when you're not safe when you're asleep. You the dreamscape idea.
Yeah, and he's such a great actor. That guy is just really such a truly like a good actor, not like some guy that plays, Jason in Friday the 13th. I'm not knocking those guys, but they don't have to have the acting chops like Robert.
You got a mask.
They're great at hockey. Why not?
Right. Or Michael Myers. You just kind of walking around.
Mask around and stabbing people. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about characters that are reoccurring, that are scary as hell. I would probably put Vincent Price.
That's
absolutely
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
3. Maybe Basil Rathbone.
Oh yeah, he's forgotten.
Yeah, he was in there, you know.
And a great Sherlock Holmes.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. I love those Sherlock Holmes films.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I grew up when I was a kid. They were some of my favorite films to watch because they were so great. And of course, people would complain about the Watson because they were like, well, yeah, he was just too goofy. You know, I was like, yeah, well, what the hell do you want, man? Come on.
Right.
Goofiness against brilliance.
Yeah, exactly. They did that contrast.
I mean, it's like Abbott and Costello.
Right.
One guy's got to play the straight man.
Even though in the Conan Doyle books, Watson is also smart, and he's a writer, and he writes for the Strand, isn't it? He's writing the stories and shit.
Well, that's 4. That's 4.
Yeah. That's 4. From back in that period, I can't really. I mean, Peter Lorre comes to mind.
Oh, Peter Lorre, yeah.
Yeah, he does come to mind, but I'm kind of thinking, is there any other modern actor that you would think like, okay, that guy is just really amazing as a horror actor, other than Robert Englund?
Jack Nicholson,
maybe. Well, he was, but he wasn't like his specialty wasn't horror though. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. I'm talking about.
Anthony Hopkins comes to mind. Sounds
Hopkins is.
You know who I would like to see try?
Yeah, he was great, man.
Mel Gibson.
I
would like to see him in a truly scary, because he's a good actor. He's a great actor.
He is great. He's also a great director.
If you can do comedy, look at Robin Williams. He did that one movie, the film
1 hour photo.
Yeah. I mean, if you can do comedy, you can do horror. You can do it all, more than likely.
Yeah, that's true.
If you can make somebody laugh, you know, and elicit emotions and stuff like that, then you got a wide range.
Yeah, you know, I really can't think of any other, actor, like modern actor, other than Robert Englund, where, he's known for his horror roles, but like he's like outstanding in them. Is there like in the last
currently
40 years?
Yeah, there's a lot of them currently. They're from independent companies, and the actors come and go. There's never really a consistent actor playing a horror movie. Yeah. What about Saw? Oh, the guy in Saw.
That really.
He was good.
That really makes the career.
I forget his name.
Like you said, makes an overarching career, and a lot of that's getting the roles.
I can't remember his name.
That's true. Also, the guy, unfortunately, he only was in 2 of the films, but Andrew Divoff, who played the Wishmaster in the first 2 Wishmaster films.
He was
I just loved his character. He was just the way he delivered that character.
Did you like the Puppet Masters?
Puppet Masters, yeah.
Some
of those Puppet Masters are good.
Tracers. Or Trancers. Yeah, Trancers. Yeah.
With he's one. Yeah. That guy who was in a ton of movies.
Yep, he's good.
Jack Death.
Yeah.
Jesus. Tim Thomerson.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tim Thomerson. Yeah.
Although not a horror actor, he
actually started as a comedian.
There was a horror element to Harrison Ford's futuristic movie.
Blade Runner?
Right, Blade Runner with the killer androids.
That was kind of. Yeah.
Because it's scary when there's not emotion and you're killing humanity.
Is there anybody? Are we missing somebody?
Rutger Hauer.
Let's say in the last 40 years that was known for a horror role.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Anthony Hopkins. I think you're absolutely right. He's totally, even though he's not a horror actor.
Right.
He's just he just did that one thing. But somebody that's really known for, doing a ton of roles like in horror.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just can't think of any.
Kind of like Vincent Price, but back in the day, Vincent Price was a leading man, and he kind of fell into the horror role. You know,
that's absolutely true.
In
he
the 50s,
kind of
then he did, of course, for I'm thinking American International.
Yeah,
you know, he did a lot of in the 70s and in the 60s. He did a lot of lower, even the Poe movies were lower budget. You know,
yeah. God, man, I just can't think of anybody.
Yeah,
anyone in the chat know any actors from the last 40 years besides Robert Englund?
Robert Englund is it?
Right, or watch it on replay. Put in the comments below, man. We want to.
Yeah, Robert Englund is still killing it, man. That guy. I just went to a horror convention in Orlando, and he's got lines going. I mean, they're so long that the people in one day cannot get to him.
God,
I mean, it's insane.
Yeah,
and he deserves it because
he does.
He's all right, let me get your take on this, Rob Zombie.
Well, A House of a Thousand Corpses, I loved. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much it.
You mean you're not looking forward to his remake of The Monsters?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I saw. Did you see that latest trailer?
I didn't like
it. The Monsters. Man, there was some really bad CGI in that.
Yeah, it's not
trailer. I was like, whoa! What did they just suddenly lose the run out of the budget, or what? You know, because it just seemed like suddenly it was so cheap looking.
And they were they filmed The Monsters he's making that in Hungary. So you know he's getting a big price break by
and you know, right. And some of the people in it I like. His wife was really great in House of a Thousand Corpses and
The Devil's Rejects. That was a crazy movie.
You're right.
Good.
And
she's
good.
Zombie?
Yeah, she's a good actor. Yeah, she's a good horror actress. You know,
she's good. Yeah.
And also, shit. He was
Sid Haig.
Sid Haig. Yay! Yeah, we've discovered the guy. He's unfortunately passed away.
Gone.
What about Rutger Hauer?
Yeah, Rutger Hauer. Yeah, but he was not in many horror. He was in The Hitcher. The Hitcher really freaked me out.
I can't remember the movie he made.
Really good.
I can't remember, but it was like a what if. What if Germany won World War II, and it was set in 1962. And they were trying to cover up the Holocaust.
Yes.
And the president was Kennedy Sr., not his, you know, and he was going to visit Germany on Hitler's 70th birthday. And they get, you know, and he's a reporter, and they're trying to cover up what happened with the Jews in the Holocaust. And he's trying to get word out to the president so that he doesn't shake Hitler's hand and validate all that.
Right.
Cover it all up.
What was the name of that movie?
It was kind of, I think maybe it was like The Fifth Reich or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Something in that realm.
Right.
But if you look up Rutger Hauer, you'll see it'll pop up in his credits.
Bio.
IMDb, perhaps. Yeah.
But it was a good little, I don't know if that was, you know, it was probably one of those movies went straight to VHS tape.
It did.
You know?
Yeah.
It did. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people connected with it, but it was that kind of thing where, you know, it actually, now that you mention that, Rex, that film was kind of based upon The Man in the High Castle, written by Philip K. Dick in the late 50s, about what if Germany and Japan had one, and they divided up the United States. Well, they made an Amazon. There was a series,
Amazon series about it. Yeah,
right, right, exactly.
That's good.
And so this film is kind of like that, right? A what if type of scenario,
right?
Where Germany was victorious in World War II, you know. And nobody's ever heard of that damn film.
But it's you know, it's kind of like from the journalist's point of view, right? He's trying to get the story out, and they're trying to stop him from it getting out. It's almost like he's trying to bleed state secrets.
I'm gonna have to watch that film again.
Yeah,
now that you bring it up, because
it holds up. You know.
Yeah.
Another one I like had Magnum PI and Gene Simmons in it.
Oh, tell about yeah. Oh, damn it, what's the name of it?
Yeah,
Runaway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now it wasn't that
Runaway. When you see
pictures
like that.
Michael Crichton, right? That was a Michael Crichton thing, and I think he may have even directed that film. Wow. But Crichton is another one of those guys that, like, one of my favorite. I mean, this is just science fiction.
Yeah.
But the Andromeda Strain, the original
Andromeda Strain. Now see, that had Broden in it too.
Man. He did. The cast is like insane in that film, man.
That's genuinely a scary, because it's one of those cover-up movies.
Well, it is it's a scary science fiction film. It's like, that whole thing of like you have this space virus that just instantly kills people. And you don't know what you're battling against.
That's got to go back to H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds, where the germs killed the alien.
Yeah.
Which I love that 50s movie, in Technicolor. And then the hand, just the ending where the hand.
It's the best version.
As a kid, I was always waiting to see the alien hand.
Yes.
And genuinely, when they're in the collapsed house or whatever, and you see the 3-colored eye, you see the alien. Wow. Now that's, they're like almost like Anne Frank hiding out in the attic and don't want to be discovered by the Nazis. You don't want the alien to find you, because he will disintegrate you.
Yes. Yeah, and they stayed fairly. They modernized, obviously, H.G. Wells' novel. But they stayed fairly faithful to it, because, there was this religious overtone. And that was the idea that, at the beginning, the Martians are watching the humans, and they consider humans ants, basically, and ready to be taken over.
Yeah.
But of course, at the end, God is like, the hand of God comes down. He's like, no, not
thing,
so fast.
The germ.
Right.
Bacteria
That's the twist.
Right.
That's the twist.
That God on God's earth.
And we've got to mention Jules. We got to mention Jules Verne.
Of course, Jules Verne.
Some of those were great adaptations. Journey to the Center of the Earth with, and I'm talking the early, with Pat Boone, who's still living. He's in his 90s.
Yeah,
he's crazy.
And Claude Rains.
Yeah.
Because Claude Rains was acting in the 60s, so was Rathbone. He was in a sci-fi movie in the mid-60s that was foreign made. Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, actually, just when you talk about people in their 90s like Pat Boone, the three original pre-code artists that were doing the art in the 1950s, Joe Sinnott, before Marvel, he was working for Atlas, and he was doing pre-code horror.
Yeah.
Everett Raymond Kinsler, who worked for Avon. Okay. And Victor Carabata, who also worked for Atlas. I found those guys. I went to interview them. They all lived on the East Coast, so they're in the film. I interviewed those guys.
Nice.
All of them were in their 90s. Everett Raymond Kinsler at 95 was still working in a studio in New York City.
Wow.
I mean, he was painting.
That's
portraits.
like Steve Ditko. He worked up. He maintained the New York office for all those years. Went to work every day doing his thing.
Yep. Exactly. And the idea I got from those guys was like, look, as long as you don't consider yourself retired and you keep doing what you love, you're going to live.
Yes.
That's basically what they were putting across to me.
Real quick, Mike, Luis Dominguez.
Luis Dominguez. Not ringing a bell.
The comic artist, the horror comic artist for DC and in the early 70s, early mid 70s.
Early mid 70s. Yeah. Man,
let's give you an easy one.
Did he do Ghosts?
He probably did a bunch of ghost covers and stuff.
Okay.
And weird war tales.
Okay. Now I'm
and he did right after Bernie Wrightson, he did the first Swamp Thing cover after Bernie Wrightson.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, and also I a lot of people obviously when you're following the great Bernie Wrightson.
Right. How about Gene Colan?
Gene Colan was awesome. He was also, Gene Colan was doing pre-code.
Yeah.
Back in the early 50s. He was a pre-code horror artist for Atlas.
Yeah.
But I also loved Nestor Redondo's.
Oh,
yeah.
Right after Wrightson, they went
out. Yeah, he was so good.
I like Tom Yates too.
Tom Yates.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not an easy thing because of course people are going to be like, nobody's going to follow up Wrightson. Nobody.
Yeah.
But they did a damn good job, man. They did a really great job. Nestor Redondo. I kind of came into Swamp Thing with Nestor Redondo. I missed the early Wrightson stuff.
Are you familiar with Dan Day?
Dan Day, no. Doesn't ring a bell.
He's mainly an inker at Marvel. Did some DC work.
Yeah.
He inked,
or Don Heck. Don Heck did some pre-code stuff.
Oh, he did. Don Heck was back in all of those guys. Even John Buscema was back there in the at least from the mid 50s.
Yeah.
Buscema was there, but you had a ton of people like Joe Maneely. Now, Joe Maneely did a ton of the pre-code. Unfortunately, he died. He died young in a freak accident in New York.
Yeah, subway, I guess, wasn't it?
It was a subway accident. Yep.
Yeah,
he tried to leap from a subway, and I don't know what happened, but he died.
Yeah.
And there were a ton of really great artists that aren't known for anything other than Marvel. Like if you say Joe Sinnott, people are like, oh, yeah, Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
That's what they tell you. But this guy was doing shit like 15 years before Fantastic Four.
Bill Everett,
man.
God. Alex Toth.
Yes.
Alex Toth is another just way up there. This, fantastic artist. I mean, there were so many. There were people that were working for Jerry Iger, and the Iger shop. That nobody even knew who the hell they were, because the Iger shop, when you see some of those old comic books,
right,
it's like 8 different artists. Some that would do like the pencils, inks, coloring, but some would do just the buildings, the backdrops.
Right.
Some people would do actually the characters. So they had a ton of people that were
doing it together.
They cobbled it. It was like a factory. Because it's at one point, I think Iger's shop was putting out at least 30 to 40 comic books a month. Now think about the amount of freaking artists you got just and Matt Baker was in there.
Can I get your thoughts on Neil Adams?
Yeah, Neil Adams is great, man. I mean,
how about George Perez?
George Perez, another awesome artist.
Yeah, we lost Tim Sale. There was Alan Grant, the writer. I mean, so many we've lost this year.
You're absolutely
Tom
right.
Palmer, even. My God,
Tom Palmer, another great inker.
Artist, yes,
an artist. Yeah.
I was just looking at the 3D Rocketeer that was done by Neil Adams and his company. The continuity. Right. And it's fantastic. It is freaking great. Of course, Neil Adams, like anything he did, was pretty much he was kind of like, don't you think he was one of those guys that came in and people were like, Jesus, his style is like something that would be emulated.
Nick Cardy's another one that did a lot of horror.
Nick Cardy. Yeah, God, he's very famous. And one of the greats, one of my favorites of all time, Bernard Bailey. Bernard Bailey, of course, was the co-creator of The Spectre in 1940. He goes that far back. DC Comics, More Fun Comics, The Spectre, Bernard Bailey. I've got the DC archives for the Spectre.
Oh yeah.
That is just freaking insane.
Yeah,
I mean,
I Murphy Anderson
Spectre
just didn't do it for me. Murphy, there's something about Murphy Anderson.
He's a good artist and all, but it's somehow.
Yeah, some of the Spectres throughout history, and of course, you guys know somebody's always picking up the Spectre, right?
I mean, a great Spectre artist, Jim Aparo.
Aparo.
Tom Mandrake was all right too.
Tom Mandrake, the Ostrander and Mandrake.
Ostrander and Mandrake,
I really like that Spectre a lot. The thing about Bernard Bailey is that, he was doing all that stuff in the 40s. Of course, he was pure golden age. Then he got into the pre-code horror stuff, and you guys must have seen some of that. I've got covers of the stuff that he did for Weird Mysteries. For instance, Weird Tales of the Future. Man, those covers are the shit. They are the stuff of pre-code. As far as I'm concerned, he is up there easily with LB
Well,
Cole.
we focused on the comics, but there was a lot of weird periodicals and like Men Comics or Men.
Sure.
I mean, there was, Real Men. There was some bizarre titles back today. Bondage cover, Nazis branding people. I mean,
and the weasels ripped by flesh. The whole fucking thing.
Right.
Where Frank Zappa got his inspiration for his album.
There was some really wild stuff out back in the day on the stands with
absolutely
with these lavish painted covers.
Oh, so great. The pulps, man.
And the pulps. That's something I'm a big Weird Tales fan.
Oh man.
Of course,
Can we see that?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna kind of carefully move over here. Yeah.
I'm just gonna carefully electrocute myself.
Don't lose your camera. No.
There we go.
Yeah, he got some hooks.
Yeah, you mentioned LB Cole.
LB Cole, fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
Wonderful covers. One of the best cover golden age cover artists. On up into the 50s. Absolutely. And didn't LB Cole even work for Playboy? Like Jack Cole?
Well, I don't know if
because I know Jack Cole was working for Playboy when he killed himself. The
that was horrible.
Yeah, that's right. 1958.
Yeah.
1958.
Oh yeah.
Weird Tales, y'all.
Yep.
Now this is 1934, and if you look closely,
and they're thick, baby. They're thick.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
They are.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And so, okay, here's one thing. This is a Margaret Brundage cover. She is very famous for doing a ton of Weird Tales covers. Mm-hmm. But if you look here, you will see a name, Hazel Held, at the bottom there. Okay.
Yeah.
That is actually H.P. Lovecraft.
Really?
Yeah, under a pseudonym.
Right. Well, Hazel Held was a woman that actually existed, and what she did is she would write a story and she would send it to Lovecraft to revise it. And he would just completely rewrite the story. He'd be like, well, look, the story sucks, so I'm going to totally rewrite it. And then they would release it under her name because Lovecraft was getting too many stories published in Weird Tales. So they would, he would revise other people's stories and they would use the person's name.
Okay.
So it wasn't, they weren't just constantly having Lovecraft's name on the Weird
Mike,
Tales.
your audio kind of fell off a little, like you're just in the room there.
Oh, yeah, because literally my microphone just came out.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So.
You're gonna make me break out my old pulps, aren't you?
Oh Lord,
man. Well, this is 19.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Yeah, right.
So this is 1934.
That is truly horrifying.
That's great. Wow.
And this is 1942, I believe.
All that for a dime.
Oh my God, that's hey, Mac, I get a little closer.
Great painted covers.
Yeah, and this is this is Hans Bach, the artist.
Yeah.
Now Hans Bach did just a ton of pulp covers, not only for Weird Tales but for other publications.
They're like gargoyles or something, right?
Right, exactly.
Wow.
You know,
and not only did you have like this type of stuff, but you had the Shadow and
God,
Savage, Savage, the Man of Bronze, the original Superman,
amazing,
yeah.
Well, Planet Stories,
Planet Stories,
amazing stories, Astounding, of course. I think Astounding may have been the first. Wasn't that the Hugo Gernsback?
I think so. Yep.
That was one of the first. But even before that, you know, there was like Collier's magazine, which wasn't a pulp per se, but they carried, of course, a lot of writers and fiction and stuff like that. And you know, I think they were famous for launching a ton of careers.
Conan stories and all
that. Yeah. God, Robert E. Howard, man. You know, I've got some facsimile Weird Tales because, you know, Weird Tales, you know what I'm saying? They're expensive as hell.
Oh,
they are. Yeah, they are.
So I've got some facsimiles, and one of the issues I have from 1931 has got a story called The Thought Monster. Okay? The Thought Monster by a female writer. I cannot remember her name. But The Thought Monster was the book or the story they based Fiend Without a Face upon. Remember the great Marshall Thompson film, Fiend Without a Face?
Yeah.
1959, 1960.
Now, wasn't that the one that would wrap its cord around your neck and strangle you?
Well, they're invisible at first. And then they become powerful to the point where you can see them in their brains with the brain stem, and they jump and they suck the brain and, you know, spinal cord out of the person. And it's you got to see it. Fiend Without a Face. Talk about an intense, weird film. It's
since you mentioned that, I have to mention Predator.
Predator, fantastic. The unseen. That's a great subject for horror films, because I don't know if you guys have ever seen that film called The Hidden. This is a film with Kyle MacLachlan back in the 80s. It's called The Hidden. And he's like an alien. He comes down and he's hunting these other creatures that can I've
seen that one. Yeah.
They're kind of like slugs, and they go into the people's mouths and they take over the people.
Right.
And so Kyle MacLachlan's character is hunting these aliens on Earth.
The Wrath of Khan, when he puts the thing in his ear.
There we go. Yeah. Exactly. And so there are X amount of,
you know,
like,
really, there's like, you know, your body being invaded, you know, like the bursting chest scene in Alien is, you know, where you have eggs and they're going to hatch out, and we've seen that, you know. Oh, I tell you one Kurt Russell did, Bone Tomahawk. Western.
God, that is a great freaking movie. It's on Tubi.
Yeah,
it is now on Tubi.
I mean, at first they ate him, so you know what's coming because they just told you in the dialogue.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
They set you up. They ate him. You know they're cannibals.
Yeah, exactly. And that whole setup scene at the beginning with the great freaking that we were just talking about, the guy that just recently died, the actor that was in the Rob Zombie films, the bald guy.
Oh, Sid Haig.
Sid Haig.
Sid Haig, yeah.
He's in the opening sequence. Remember the two guys that are the prospectors or whatever?
Oh, yeah,
the hell?
that gets killed.
And
the other one leads them to the town while he's running around.
David Arquette. David Arquette.
Okay.
Yes. That film, Bone Tomahawk, is one of my favorite films of the last 10 years.
What was happening?
Definitely.
When they killed the guy that was sick, you know, and split him in two. I had to think about it. But this is what they did. They scalped him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So then what do? He puts why? Oh, now I've got it figured out, okay?
Yeah.
They put the hair and the scalp in his mouth.
Yeah.
And then whop! Why do that? Have you got it figured out, Mike?
Okay.
Cushions the blow because you know it's knocking out teeth and stuff. But what it's doing is cracking that skull. So when they pull him apart, that will come apart too.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
The shot to the mouth, which is so brutal.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
it's just to crack the skull. So it
well,
will
now I got to watch it again.
Yeah.
Because
they hoist him upside down naked now.
Right.
So
I think we lost a couple of viewers there when you mentioned it, Rex.
And so his third leg's there, right? I mean, he's naked. He's like this, upside down. And they take that, and he takes that. Wham!
Yeah.
Wham! And then they
and you know, the funny thing about that film is that that's the scene, right? That is the scene in the film that.
And what makes it horrific is the noise.
Right.
You know, him making the sounds are just so, you know.
Right. And the great thing about that film is the buildup, because you know at the beginning you don't see much, but poor Sid Haig gets horribly killed.
Right.
You know, and you know, right. Well,
or isn't it the black guy that goes in the barn and he gets kind of like boom and you don't know what happened? From the very
I don't know.
When they first reach the town, he gets like an arrow.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
This is way in the
even
beginning.
That's scary. Yeah, I know what you're talking about earlier.
But the great thing about the film is that it sets up the idea that these creatures, and you don't even know what the
noise.
One guy calls them, he literally calls them troglodytes.
Troglodytes.
That's what he calls them. And you're like, okay, these dudes are like kind of monsters. And they are kind of monsters.
And they look aboriginal. They look like straight from Australia almost.
Kind of. Right. Yeah. And what they do to their women and stuff, we won't get into that.
No.
But the thing is that
I didn't get in. I didn't understand that part of it. All I
saw was let's not get into it.
Okay. But they were laying there pregnant.
Yeah, right. That's good enough. Okay. So in any case, we don't want to give away the whole shebang.
Okay. Well, you'll have to tell me behind the scenes because I didn't get that.
Okay. Yeah, the great thing about that film is that it was shot for $3 million. It's a period Western. Oh God, this just came out. I would say like 2015.
Yeah,
2000, like that. 2016. Yeah, it's relatively new, you know. And
with Kurt Russell playing a Western, you know.
Well, he can. I mean, all of those guys. The dialogue in that film is so authentic to the way that people would actually talk during that, you know, that period, that like it's hilarious. It's like that whole bar scene when the guy is like trying to get, you know, the piano player like will play tunes for like a dime.
I won't give it away, but the guy that has his leg that they're wanting to amputate, but he won't let him amputate it.
Yeah.
I mean, his wife's been hostage with others. I mean, what they did with him and how it turns out.
Yeah.
And you're not really expecting it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, it's extremely well written. And for the money, I mean, Kurt Russell loved the idea so much. He hardly got paid.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was almost like a gift because that whole, you know who those guys are, man? Those are the dudes. If you look up the credits, these are the guys that are they're involved also in a Daily Wire film. They're involved, the Delisanier and there's another guy. There's two guys.
The film, that Western film.
I think you're right.
You know, you made a good point, Mike.
Terror on the Prairie.
Terror on the Prairie.
Hollywood, if you really want to do memorable films, sometimes you don't do it for the money, you do it for the role.
And the guy also did The Writer, who there's a Puppet Master, the last Puppet Master film Puppet Master: The Littlest Reich.
Mhm.
He wrote that, and he also wrote Dragged by Concrete, the Mel Gibson film where he plays a crooked cop. Have you seen that film?
I have not seen that one.
Dragged by Concrete, man. You got to see that fucking movie.
Wow.
Oh my God. Pardon my French.
So is that a horror movie? What kind of movie is it?
No, it's a cop, like dirty cop.
Oh, dirty cop.
A kind of like crime drama type of thing.
Okay.
But it's got dimension. It's not just the guy's a dirty cop.
Since you brought him up again, do you think that Mel Gibson could do a horror movie and pull it off?
Of course it can.
I think so, yeah.
And which brings another movie to mind, Amityville Horror.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh. Yes. Yeah, you know, I just never liked that movie. And I'll tell you why.
Another Broden movie.
Right. The one thing about that film I knew from the get-go, years ago, is that the Warrens were frauds.
Yeah.
And that the actual whole events at the Amityville house, it totally ruined it for me. I was just like, this is just total BS. It never happened. The guy, there was actual murder, yes, but it was not supernaturally based. And those guys defrauded people so badly of money. I just have like this intense hatred for the Warrens.
You remember probably the first big serial killer, and he had a motel with trap rooms and would dispose of people with acid and all kinds of stuff. Maybe you haven't heard that, but I mean, somebody needs to make a movie out of that because they made something on Ed Gaines.
Oh yeah.
Ed Gaines, Skin Jacket.
Yeah.
Back in this is a story, a little small short story. We're back in 1999. There's myself and two other people. There's this guy named Tony. He's a big avid film guy. He wants to make a movie based on Ed Gaines' Skin Jacket. We took the scenes of like a cross, and it never really got made, but the idea was just fresh, and we didn't have enough money to make it. So the inspiration was there, but couldn't pull it off. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, Ed Gein, he was the basis for he was the basis for Psycho. In reality, he was kind of like the whole thing with his mother and all that stuff.
And don't you think partially in Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Totally. Yeah. There's also absolutely, he has been the basis for a lot of films. That kind of brings me to In Cold Blood. I don't know if you ever saw the original film with Robert Blake about the killers. It's a true story.
And the guy that was in Walking Dead, Scott Wilson.
Yeah.
That is a grim. It's kind of a horror film.
Robert Blake, a little rascal.
Beretta.
A little rascal Beretta.
Beretta. With the cockatiel.
And of course,
don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
It brings up another one because he was also in David Lynch's Lost Highway.
Yeah.
As Death, or
well, didn't he do Switchblade?
I think he was the Grim Reaper kind of character.
He played like a street punk, right?
No, well, in Lost Highway, he was the Death guy. He was all dressed in black. He looked very like Grim Reaper, and he would appear like at a party or something, and he'd be looking at people and shit. But David Lynch, there's some horror films right there. That dude is, and also David Cronenberg. What are we talking about? We've just
David Lynch. I mean, Eraserhead, Blue Velvet, all kinds of weird.
I love Blue Velvet, man. That was so cool.
Fantastic.
Dennis Hopper, man. Where's my bourbon, bitch?
Oh, Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper,
man. He made that effing movie. I love
Dennis Hopper's off the chain. He's kind of like of the same generation. He's kind of like Jack Nicholson.
Along that generation. Yeah,
absolutely.
Easy Rider.
Yeah, but in definitely more offbeat movies and some really great ones too.
Easy Rider.
God, man.
He was
Waterworld.
Apocalypse Now. Are you kidding me? God, man. That's kind of a horror film.
Now who was the guy with the cowboy hat? And he was also in Twilight Zone, I think. And
cowboy hat.
In the
Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall.
Yeah.
Robert Duvall.
Now there's an actor.
Still alive, man.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so you've got David Lynch, David Cronenberg, some of his films just freak me the hell out.
Robert Duvall played a taxi driver in Bullet.
Oh, that's true.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I love the little bit parts, There's a movie that I forget the name of it that James Coburn did, and it has a little walk-in part, a very early row, maybe it's first. There's a call for you, Mr. That was his whole thing. Delivering the telephone to him, as he's sitting there at the table. Okay. And it's George Harrison. I mean, it's not George Harrison. George
Hamilton, wasn't
it? Indiana Jones.
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford.
Yeah. Early row for him. I mean, maybe it's first. I don't know. But when I first saw that movie, and I'm sorry I don't have the name of it, but it's a James Coburn movie. In it's sort of like 67, somewhere around.
I was thinking 67, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's Harrison Ford.
Young Harrison Ford.
Yeah, it blew me away.
That's right. Well,
considering he was doing carpentry before Star Wars.
Yeah, it's a hell of a carpenter, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, well, he's got that bit role in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah,
where he's where they're sending the guy off. They have the round table session and shit, and he's like what 22 or some shit. I mean, he's
like wasn't even 30. He was like
late 20s,
I think.
Yeah. At the most, I would say at that time. But geez, yeah, and that's something as far as you brought up Bone Tomahawk. It's kind of a horror film. It's kind of a horror western.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when that first kill in the town, because they're in the shadows, and the violence of it, and the quickness of it, and the sudden shock value of it is genuinely scary.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the thing.
And the Indians won't even have anything to do with them. We call them troglodytes. You don't go around there,
Right. So that's what you would kind of consider a quasi horror film of the last 10 years.
And they could fight in that movie. You didn't know they kept coming, man.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So what else, like in the last, let's say since 2010, would you consider a really good horror film? Can you name any? Really kind of tricky.
There's not many. Yeah. I mean, there's attempts. Some are just fell on her face.
Yeah,
some
I'm
are
sure
like,
there is. Yeah, I gotta mention Death Race 2000.
Yeah, Death Race 2000.
Yeah,
great, man. As a matter of fact, there is this hilarious
Dr. Frankenstein, right?
Yes, and Corman actually executive produced another, and I want to say it's called Death Race 2050, and it's on Tubi. Yeah. It's really funny as hell. It's played more for comedy, definitely, okay, but it's funny as hell. And it's just you got to see. It's got that Corman touch to it.
Well, I mean, did you hear his comments after Star Wars came out? He said, "Oh, this is going to be the death of me,"
because and then he did Battle Beyond the Stars.
Yeah, he did that Danny, I remember
as a rip off of Star Wars.
Of course.
Now, isn't that the one with John Boy in it?
Man, it sure is.
Richard Thomas,
with the titty ship.
Yeah, Sybil Danning.
Exactly.
Hello.
With the titty ship. My battery. Yeah, hold on one sec. I'm going to
plug it in.
I went to see that at the theater.
I saw that on HBO years ago.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm switching to my laptop.
Yeah, I still enjoy watching that movie.
Oh, yeah, man.
There we go.
Hey, let's say some hello to people in the chat. Let's see, Courtney.
The lovely Courtney.
How you doing?
Hello there.
Thanks for being here this late at night. And of course, Risey.
Yeah, God.
Other nice people.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, man.
It's like 4:30. We've been on for 3.5 hours. Is that what we're saying?
2 hours and 29 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second.
We're sorry we're boring you, Mike.
Now, wait a second. I do have I've got 4:30. I could have sworn I came on at 1.
That's your time. This is 3:30. This is 2:30 here.
Yeah, you're Eastern
You're
time.
Absolutely right.
We're Central.
I'm sorry. I got 3:30 here.
Yeah,
Can you see the counter out there, Mike? I mean,
see the counter up to the
2
top.
hours and 30 minutes.
I see it now. Good Lord.
We've been on for 4 hours.
Really?
It's a marathon.
We dragging it?
You sound like the 2 guys in the balcony in the Muppets.
Good Lord. All right. Yeah, so there is one film I can recommend. Horror film.
Okay.
It's a film called A Dark Song. Have you ever heard of this film? Okay. Basically, the premise is that a woman, she's a single woman with a child. The child dies in an accident, so she can't take it. So she finds an occultist who claims that he can bring back the child so she can see her child one more time. And of course, with really horrifying results. And it's not like what you think. It's not Monkey's Paw.
No.
But if you are at all spiritual or believe in God, you've got to see this film. It is a representation. It is the greatest representation of an angel I have ever seen in film in my life. It will floor you. You will not even. It's like so different from anything you've ever seen. Like what people think in film an angel would look like. This is just
Mike, the ultimate question: what makes a good horror story?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the only thing is that it's got to, at some point, it should scare the hell out of the person watching it. At some point, it doesn't have to be all,
Well, now what if they're reading about it? What if it's in a comic or a pulp or a magazine or something?
It's got to be
same thing.
It's got to scare you, right?
I mean, according to Courtney's Exorcist, that's her.
Yeah, there we go. And I would agree. The Exorcist is, as I said, in my top 5.
Oh yeah,
it traumatized the hell out of me. Yeah, you know, as a kid.
Is it because you're thinking, it could be possible that could happen?
But it's even more than that. You know what makes The Exorcist so great? It's not Linda Blair possessed by a demon. It is the priest who loses his faith. That is the
was that Patrick Troughton?
That is the entire key of that film. It happens in the bar scene when he's talking
Patrick
to the other. No, it was good God. I want to Jesus, that guy, the guy.
It wasn't Max von Sydow, was it?
Well, he's
Max von Sydow.
Max von Sydow is the older guy. He's the older priest. But
I forget
Jason
and Patrick Troughton's the one that gets the lightning rod stuck through him.
In The Omen, right?
That's The Omen.
Oh, in The Omen. Okay.
But in any case, the whole idea behind the film is that in the bar, the priest tells Max von Sydow, "I've lost my faith," because he sees all these horrible things.
His faith, right?
Right.
Yeah.
He sees all these horrible things happening in the world. I thought you said
lost his face.
Oh no, faith.
Faith.
So
yeah,
the gist of the entire film is him regaining his faith, and the only way he can do that is by challenging this demon.
Right.
And so that is, to me, the gist. That's what makes the film also so scary, because the demon uses his dead mother to taunt him
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just like, that whole thing, man. William Friedkin was, I think, I consider him one of the great American directors. You have, The French Connection, Sorcerer, which is just an insanely good film. If you haven't seen Sorcerer, it's about the guys that drive Jason Miller. You got it. Jason Miller. Fantastic.
Mike, do you agree with Sam Peckinpah that 90% of making a movie is casting? Having the right cast in the right roles?
No, I don't know, man.
Wow.
I don't know.
Because think about all these great movies you're talking about, and they were able to pull it off because they were good actresses or actors.
Shining was one of them.
She stayed at the hotel.
Yeah, she stayed. Yeah.
Okay,
that would be especially after staying at the
that would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty
crazy.
Cool. Yeah.
Scared before that. Yeah, I understand that, Courtney. Whoa.
I would be especially leery of the bath. You know what I'm saying? About, going into the bathroom with the shower curtain and the shit.
Blood coming out.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Bates Motel. That's a different hotel altogether.
Just play that music.
Yeah.
You have enough soap in there in the shower?
Or play a trick on somebody and put like red dye in the soap.
Damn.
Where's this coming from?
Yeah, right. Man. Terrifying. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it was.
What
a great setting for a film.
Oh, man, no
doubt. Getting to the comics though, like the eye trauma.
Yeah. We were talking about in the 50s pre-code.
Right, exactly. I mean,
and that was Bernard Bailey.
Had some brutal, Al Feinstein, just brutal images.
Bernard Creekston.
Which goes back to like surrealism, like the cutting of the sheep's eye with the blade, the films of the surrealist.
And what's really interesting about those pre-code artists, and if you follow my train of thought here, I think you'll agree. In the 50s, you had all those artists like, Feinstein and all the people that worked for EC. Then you had like these other artists like Bernard Bailey, that did just wonderful. L.B. Cole. Mm-hmm. Now, juxtapose that to the artists of the underground scene. That happened in the late 60s going into the 70s. And you will see intense similarities.
I'm going to kick myself. Another artist, I've been trying to think of his name. It's on the tip of Lee, somebody later worked for DC. And he was Elias.
Lee Elias.
And he did all those great covers for the pre-code covers that are just
forgotten. Later worked for DC doing stories.
He also did the Phantom comic strip, I remember. I think after
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, man, are just like, because the whole thing is that after that, it all came crashing down.
One you might not know, Val from the 70s, Val Merrick.
I gotta get my ash can set up. Oh, okay. So the Captain Time Lord, he's setting up his ash can for his comic book. He asked me earlier.
Very cool.
Yeah. So I said, okay, I'll give you advice on so he has a 12-page ash can. Usually page signatures are each page, front and back. That's 4 pages when you fold it. That's 4 equal pages. So Captain, for a 12-page ash can, 68 pages of story, good. So 12 pages, including, your signatures, 2 signatures equals 8 pages. For a 12-pager, including the cover, would be 12 pages. Your cover, once again, 1 page, both sides, front and back, folded, equals 4 pages.
Right.
So, so you get 8 pages inside a story, and then you get your cover, which is, your cover, inside front cover, inside back cover, and, of course, the back cover. That's 4 pages, which equals 12 pages. That's how you get a 12-page ash can, cover to cover. Oh, what you got there, man?
That, man.
This is the first Marvel anything I bought.
Yeah.
Vampire Tales.
Vampire Tales.
Vampire
And you
Tales,
can get
man.
this.
Wow.
And they reduce, one of these great Marvel, Count Yorga, Blackula.
Blackula, yeah. There you
Vampire of the Year, Count Yorga. I've not even ever seen this movie yet.
I've seen it. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I mean, I don't know if it would hold up now if I saw it again, but I liked it when I saw it back in the day. There you go.
Is that from Count Yorga, I guess?
It kind of looks like Count Yorga to me, yeah.
Yeah. And then
I like Blackula. I like Blackula a lot.
Blackula's good.
Now this is brutal. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
So because they started getting into a bit of gore, at that time, with the vampires and stuff, and of course then there's Lucio Fulci, which we have not even talked about, and Dario Argento. Good Lord, Suspiria, all of the Italian films, Deep Red, Suspiria, you could go on. Argento is a genius.
Yeah.
And Lucio Fulci's Zombie. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but that is just one of my favorite zombie films of all time.
How about Jack Palance?
Yeah, Jack Palance.
Palance. Yeah, man, Jack Palance played a great Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He was
in
awesome.
Blackula, the actor of he was in Star Trek.
William,
yes,
what's his name? William.
The original Star Trek.
William Sanders. William.
William. I don't know what the hell.
He was a good actor.
He was.
Do you
great,
find his name in the book there, Rex? Can you find his name? Blackula.
I think he was also a Shakespearean actor.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, you could tell he was formerly.
Totally.
Yeah.
He had that very charming Dracula. There he is, right there.
Okay.
Oh, he was on the
Upcoming releases: Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter, Sugar Hill, Madhouse, Tales That Witness Madness, Golden Voyage of Sinbad. I saw that.
We haven't even talked yet. I kind of made a mistake, man.
Killdozer.
I would still consider Night of the Living Dead. I would have to put George Romero's Night of the Living Dead.
George Romero, I met him back in like 20.
Which had a comedy element to it, right?
I would put not Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead.
Oh, not Dawn. I'm thinking of Dawn. Right, early 80s.
I would put Night of the Living Dead in my top 5.
Yeah,
but one of those that I mentioned would have to be kicked out because that film is just it's the granddaddy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you don't really. It was so shocking when it came out, and I think it still holds up as a great horror film. I also love Dawn of the Dead too.
William Marshall, Blackula.
William Marshall. Thank you.
William Marshall.
All right.
Great actor.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So it says the ash cans the Captain Time Lord is ignorant of. Okay. Well, ash cans are about half the size of a comic book.
Right.
Take an 8.5 by 11 sheet. Of course, it's going to be reduced. So you're basically cut in half. It's going to be 5.5 by 8.5. That's your ash can right there. So it's smaller than the comic book. It's reduced. It's 8.5 by 11, folded in half. That's basically your ash can.
Yeah, I mentioned Val Merrick. Here's some of his work.
Oh, Val Merrick, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
The Warren years, yeah.
I didn't know if you knew Val Merrick or not, but he did The Living Mummy.
Quite familiar with the name. Yeah, The Living Mummy.
Pablo Marcos is in here.
Oh, Pablo,
Dick Giordano. Just wonderful artists, but they do have the photos in there. All to do about vampires.
Yeah. Captain, mention the comments below. We're kind of in a little detailed conversation, but I do want to help you with your ash can. Just go ahead and mention it below. I'll have you on another stream. We'll talk about it, man.
You know, another film that a horror film, kind of recent. I think this is like, I want to say 2008 ish. God, Jesus. Okay, Slithis.
Yeah.
Slither.
No. Right.
Was that the one? That's the one with the little creatures that come out of people. They're like those.
Yeah. What's it?
What's
her name? Elizabeth.
It's a James Gunn film. Right. Elizabeth Berkley or Elizabeth.
No, she played Betty Brant in that Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire.
Yeah.
Damn it, what is her name? Oh,
yeah.
God. People in the chat, help me out.
This is Luis Dominguez cover.
Oh,
I wondered who did that. That's Morbius.
There we go.
Morbius. There you go.
That's Luis Dominguez.
That's awesome.
There we go.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, but that film is just freaking awesome. Why do I want to call it Slithis? That's wrong.
Slithis.
Well,
anybody in the chat know what we're talking about?
Slither.
Who's the director of that movie? You remember?
James Gunn.
James Gunn. Okay, look at James Gunn's bibliography.
It's James Gunn.
We'll figure it out.
Slither.
Oh shit! What was her name? That actress. I'm kind of thinking the last name really.
Elizabeth Shue.
No. She's been in a lot of movies. She was in that. Damn it! What was the one? Oh God.
Hold on.
Jennifer Lawrence movie that one of the kids.
I heard it. Elizabeth Banks.
Thanks, Elizabeth Banks. Thank you very much. All right.
Slither 2006.
That's it.
Also with Michael Rooker.
And
Nathan Fillion.
Yeah.
Is in that freaking movie.
Creepy ass movie.
It is a creepy freaking movie, and it's so well done.
Yeah.
Such a it's I have a thing. That's one thing I love is a good horror comedy. Yeah. And I think you guys would agree if it's good and it really lands, like for instance, Attack of the Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Yeah.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I just love that. I love a good horror comedy.
You can also have scary bits and you can have comedic bits if done well.
Yeah. And Return of the Living Dead was like that.
And a lot of the jump movie, things can be funny.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Because you kind of laugh at yourself for, I should have seen that coming,
Exactly.
And you're like, why did that just, get me?
Why?
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean,
it was the electrified tingler underneath your seat.
All right. Return of the Tingler.
Yeah.
We're going to put them in each of the movie theater seats this time, even in 2022. We're going to have the medical personnel be on standby in case one suffers from a heart attack.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be great?
I think they should remake The Most Dangerous Game. And I think in some ways they did. Deliverance or other movies like that. I mean, when you're being hunted,
right. Well, I got to tell you.
There's
the Hunger
Games movies related to that. They made some. Yeah.
You guys, are you guys, what do you guys like use a thing like Roku or something like that to watch?
I don't have that. I don't have that.
I use Roku for my TV,
Okay.
And there's a channel, like you can search for channels to put, to watch.
You can get YouTube on it, right?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And there's a channel. It used to be called IMDb TV.
All right.
Okay. Now it's called Freevee.
Oh, wow.
They changed it. I don't know why, but it's called Freevee. Okay. They got a film. And just speaking of what you were just talking about, Rex, The Most Dangerous Game, there is a new one. It's called it's called The Hunt.
Yeah, that's it. It came out a few years ago.
How to watch this film? Yeah, it came out during the election year, 2020.
Yeah,
and they promptly Universal yanked it. They yanked it.
Oh, that's right.
Political content, and it is a Blumhouse film.
Oh, right. They were hunting Republicans, weren't they?
It is yes, you've got to see this fucking film. It basically what it is, it's elitists that are hunting these people. They don't know why at first. They find out and things get really, they go off the rails. It's really great. It's a horror comedy. You got to see it. It's free on Freevee. You can watch it right. You can watch it right now. It's on Freevee, and it's the only
F-R-E-E and letter V.
V-E-E.
V-E. Yeah, Freevee.
Now, have you seen Shudder, the sort of horror network?
Yes, I used to subscribe to it, and then I got subscription fatigue.
Yeah,
and I quit.
Well, did they have some good things on there?
Yeah, they did. Well, I subscribed because Joe Bob's Drive-In. You know,
man, I used to watch that on TV, man.
He's got. I think he may still. I don't know if he's still has doing it or not.
I bet he has a YouTube channel. I bet he does.
How about Motel Hell?
Yeah,
Rory Calhoun.
Yeah, Rory Calhoun. Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, he was the Texan.
Is that Char Texas sausage?
Yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many great horror comedies in the 80s. Yeah. I mean, it was like it just suddenly there was
Return of the Living Dead. You know, I love
Return of the Living Dead. Yeah. Have you guys by any chance seen
Send more police?
I think it's 2005 and it's called Feast.
Feast.
It's called Feast. It's about these chupacabra type creatures that attack a remote bar in a desert, and all these people are in the bar, and they attack this bar. You've got to see this freaking.
One of the better newer ones. What's the title? You know, the vampires in Alaska.
Oh yeah, 30 Days of Night.
30 Days of Night.
That's a good
one.
It's based off the comic.
It's a great concept. It's a great premise, and it's a great execution. The Mist.
Finally back to the
I'm sorry. Great concept for The Mist. Yeah. Fatalistic, dumbass, no characterization movie, in my opinion.
Got the 30 Days of Night with original
one of the
Bruce
worst
Jones,
films I've ever seen.
Smith.
The Mist.
I like.
I'm talking about 30 Days of Night.
Oh, I love the movies. God, freaked me out, man. Like just the way that they do it, the way that they treat, like the town, the way that things just start tightening up, and they get that sense
but the characterization, it's not there.
Sometimes that's one thing I think in horror films. Sometimes characterization is very secondary.
It was really secondary in that movie.
It is. I think you're right. I think
it's better than the movie. Let's just go with that.
I mean, the religious woman, she goes off the rail, and they follow her, and she's advocating, I'm going to take your kid.
Now, what are you talking? Okay, that's The Mist.
That's The Mist. What were you talking about?
What are you? Okay, we were talking about 30 Days of Night.
30 Days. Yeah, that's a great movie.
Okay,
all the way through.
So Rex does not like The Mist. That's what he was.
No, I do not.
It's forgettable.
Graham Nolan loves it. Graham Nolan's a horror addict, and he loves it. And I'm like,
why? Was great.
And I know it differs from the book, but I mean, he shoots his son. He shoots.
I just found that ending.
It's so fatalistic, bad. And I knew. I said, as soon as he does it, they're going to come in and save the day.
Right. Yeah. And it was.
And he's going to regret it.
It was just unbelievable.
And the only reason to do it was I need to kill him before he wakes up.
Right. And here's the thing. They go through all of this shit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like just life and death constantly. They get out, and then he decides, oh, it's too late. I'm going to kill my kid.
It was
what the hell is
ridiculous?
It was a bad ending. Bad. Yeah. I mean, a downer ending.
Right.
You know, completely.
Don't really leave people on a downer.
No.
Because it will reflect badly on the whole film.
You must as well just burn the movie if you own a copy of it.
Yeah, that's the last thing you leave in their head.
Yeah, I think that in the original novel, if I'm not mistaken,
it was
he doesn't do that. Yeah,
no,
they actually
it was a
live.
great concept.
You know,
it was a
survive.
great concept.
Right.
And the effects weren't that bad, but
I thought it was a pretty good concept. Here's the one thing I didn't like about it. It's like, okay, they accidentally open up this portal, right? It's a military thing, right?
Yeah. Right.
Well, they should have explained that a little more. It's kind of like, yeah, we just opened up this portal. There was a mistake was made and shit. And
it was a throwaway.
Yeah. It was a throwaway.
Big kaiju over here. Don't think about it too hard. Big kaiju, you know.
Because Stephen King has a problem with that. He has a problem with getting that deep into his explanations about what's going on. You can see that constantly in his novel.
Some people would call that lazy.
I know, and I think that he has a certain streak.
There's an argument for that. I have never I've never been a Stephen King fan. I haven't read the books, and ultimately, when you call people on Stephen King, they go, "Have you read the books?" No, I have not. I've not wasted my time reading the books. I'm sure
the only one that's great is It. That's it. I'm telling you right now. That's the one. That's the one that stuck with me. The other ones, I was just like,
why does it? Is it because it deals with children?
No, it's because the way that they portray the clown.
Okay.
It's just so horrifying. It scared the shit. I was reading. I was like, what?
And
I was like, freak. I was in my 20s.
Okay.
I was long beyond getting, scared as a teen. Right. I was in my 20s, and I was just like freaking out at what I was reading. I was just like, wow.
The cemetery.
It was all right.
Yeah.
I mean, and look at the other Stephen King adaptations. It's like, what else do you? Carrie. I do love Carrie. And I love Carrie because it was directed by Brian De Palma.
Yes.
That's why I like that. Brian De Palma is another one of our great American filmmakers. There's and he does a lot of horror too. I don't know if you guys ever saw Body Double. Man, Body Double.
Yes.
It's like such a great, glorious freak out of a horror film. Like, when they have Frankie Goes to Hollywood, he gets stuck. The guy is like a loser. He's a perpetual loser. He's got, his girlfriend, Barbara Crampton. He finds screwing another guy in their bed.
William Hurt was in that, wasn't he? Was that William Hurt?
It was the other guy. The guy that kind of looked like William. He kind of looks like William Hurt, but it's not.
William Hurt. States.
William Hurt, I guess.
Altered States.
Altered States. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was.
It was Brian De Palma,
man.
It's
Craig Wasson was the lead.
That's it. Craig Wasson,
man.
You're right.
He was great, and it's just such a great freaking movie. And Melanie Griffith, who plays she's like the porn star.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious, and it's also just like intense. Like when things get suspenseful, you know how De Palma is. He can just like make you grab the edge of your seat, like he does the split screen stuff. He like it in Carrie. It's just intense. Also, of course, Phantom of the Paradise.
Now they've done a movie called Helter Skelter, but now I think enough time's passed away. You could do like the Sharon Tate story and everything that happened and whatnot, and truly make it scary.
Rob Zombie is supposedly doing that.
No.
Oh, he's doing the Manson story.
Boy, I tell you what, there's nothing that Rob Zombie won't do. There's nothing taboo with him.
That's true. That is true. I don't know if did you guys see that Tarantino film Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
I love that movie.
He basically reimagines the whole Sharon Tate Manson thing, but of course with a different ending.
Different ending on
fantastic.
That. I like that ending better, of course.
Oh, I totally. And that was the whole thing. It was kind of like his revenge against these creeps.
Exactly.
That were just like complete utter.
Wish it would have happened like that, man.
Exactly.
All that crap.
Exactly. Yeah. The whole
so
thing.
Well done.
That was one of those things, and that's one thing I really kind of that really gets me, I guess, is that how people become fanatics about people like Charles Manson, like they're almost like followers. Yeah. I'm like, this guy was an idiot. The only reason why he rose to fame is that he found a bunch of idiots that were more moronic than he was.
Yeah,
that was it. That was that guy was just he's a freaking. If you listen to the guy talk, he's just a deranged.
He's he probably should have got on medication. I remember I worked with the homeless, and this guy, he was unintelligible. He was out there. You would think he's almost needs to be in a psycho ward, and you could not make out what he was saying. Not that he wasn't speaking English, but it just was not in any kind of form lucid. But you got him on his medication, he was normal. You know?
It was.
Yeah, and and that was one of the great things in that film. When they go to Spawn Ranch, remember the actor goes to Spawn Ranch, and we see all of Manson's followers, and they're all just screwed up. They're, I mean, just so creepy and so drugged out. Tarantino is like going, these guys, nobody ever really put it all together to show you just how depraved and stupid these people were. And that's what he was doing. He was like saying, look, these people were like the scum of the earth.
They were the dropouts, right?
They were.
Right.
Yeah.
So he wants to gloriously show them just get
they were losers. Right.
At the end, I mean, so great.
Just have a flamethrower handy with you in the swimming pool. Hey.
Flamethrower in the swimming pool. It's just great.
I'll watch that movie again.
It, man. I'm definitely going to see that. Tarantino's another
great director. Oh my God.
He hasn't really done a horror film, but he might.
I heard he's going to make one. I heard rumors.
He did some stuff with Grindhouse, didn't he?
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, he did.
He produced Rodriguez film,
and Planet Terror. Planet Terror. Double feature.
Yeah.
What's the one? He did the aquatic movie with the like the creature from the Black Lagoon.
You're talking about Guillermo del Toro.
Yes.
Del Toro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shape of Water.
Yeah. Now if Hollywood would unleash him and say, do whatever you want, I mean, he could do 1 million different projects, and they would be.
Sure. Well, Guillermo del Toro, he was going to do H.P. Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness. That was the big project that he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And he could just never get the backing for it.
Yeah.
Because it would be like $100 million film. It's, he was going to do it period piece.
It was like the original idea of the adaptation for Dune that never got made. Which would have been epic. You know?
Yeah, it would. Mm.
That's exactly it. Yeah. It's just, a lot of studios, they would rather put $200 million down on a stupid ass, Avengers movie or something.
Yeah.
And,
Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead.
Oh yeah, man.
Good Dawn of the Dead. Which what? Huh?
Isn't that the vampire movie that's down on the border that Karen?
Oh no, you're talking about
that's
Dusk Till Dawn.
Dusk Till Dawn.
Dusk Till Dawn. Right. Yeah,
that's such a great film.
I went to see that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Selma Hayek.
Oh
yeah. Like, 47 takes of Quentin Tarantino. I don't think that was good enough. Can we do that dance again?
Exactly.
The leg with the wine going down his mouth, champagne or whatever.
God.
Hot. That was so good.
That film is fantastic.
Oh yeah.
It's a great. That's a relatively recent. That's late 90s, right?
1995, I think, right?
And it's one of those kind of like The Mist where it's set in one place where they're kind of barricaded or in for most of the movie, so that kind of do it on the cheap, right? But it's
Mm-hmm.
an interesting setting.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, there's another film, if you guys get the chance. Maybe you've seen it, but I highly recommend it. You would love this film. It's called Pontypool.
Pontypool.
Pontypool. Yeah.
How do you spell it?
It Ponty pool, like as in pool.
Okay.
Pontypool, all one word.
Pontypool.
Pontypool. Yeah, it was based upon a novel called Pontypool Changes Everything.
It sounds like a bad peyote trip.
Is it on this Free Beat channel or something?
It's a town in Canada. It was shot in Canada, and it's just a small podunk town, and it all takes place in a radio station.
Okay.
And they're listening. They're. It's just a normal day. You got the news guy, outside, like in town. He's talking to the mayor or whatever. But then all hell starts breaking loose, and they're stuck in this radio station as the world is like totally collapsing around them. Wow. And you gotta. It's what you hear. It's not what you see.
Yeah.
And it is horrifying. It is freaking horrifying what you hear. What the guy is like, he's stuck out with what's going on outside, and he can only, relate with the horror that's going on. Hello, Margot.
Yeah. Thanks for
She's over. She's in Scotland.
Great. Oh, she's in Scotland. That's right.
She's in
Scotland.
So it's like 10 o'clock there. Yeah, or 9 or 10 o'clock.
9 or 10 a.m. Yeah. Oh, wow. This is a morning show for her.
I mean, there's different ways, right? There's the five senses.
Yeah.
And of course, back in the 50s, they did stuff with smell and taste. But I mean, basically audio and visual, right?
Exactly.
And touch, maybe. If you, like we were talking about the tingler or something, they would, but you wouldn't get that today,
No.
So it's got to be kind of audio or visual.
Yeah.
Exactly. Actually, Pontypool was also done as a radio play, and it's on YouTube. You can listen to it because it is truly something that you can totally appreciate as a radio play as well as watching it.
And since you mentioned that jogged my memory, of course. Back to Orson Welles, War of the Worlds, the original broadcast that scared a bunch of people, even though they came on
1937, I think.
Yeah, even though they came on periodically and said this is a radio play or whatever. This is and people missed that, and they would come in at different times of the broadcast. And they're like,
real.
Oh my God, we're being invaded
by UFOs. Damn it.
Yeah. They actually, that came back in the 1980s. There was a show came on television called Special Bulletin.
Yeah, I saw that.
It was a news thing, and it was like they're doing a regular news show, and they're like, Special Bulletin, we're bringing you this. And it's like this, these people like take people hostage in South Carolina at these docks, and they have a nuclear weapon. And so then they go back to regular programming, and then suddenly there's a breaking bulletin and something has happened.
George Papard in The Day After.
George Papard.
The Day After is another one of those, like, grim
nuclear. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And Threads.
How about the psychological thing? The Twilight Zone where the guy has a bunker and he won't let them in.
Yeah,
he's got a fallout.
Oh, yeah,
fallout bunker.
And then you see people turn against each other.
Claude Akins. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he. Yeah, that's a funny thing about Serling, and something I was going to mention earlier. Because a lot of people are, they would call Serling this great moralist and everything, and maybe you could say that, but as far as I'm concerned, I think he was he liked screwing with people's minds, and and without any moral thing whatsoever. If you recall, like for instance, the very first episode of the Twilight Zone was "Where Have All the People Gone?" and it was Earl Holliman, and he's walking around alone in a town. He can't find anybody. And
he's in the military.
Turns out that it's just an experiment, sensory deprivation, and so they're just screwing with his mind. Then there's the one about the couple that's in a town, and everything is fake, and they hear this girl laughing voice. And it's like these big that they're people that
they're like teeny tiny, and she's on a spaceship or whatever the hell it was on a big board, like a fake town.
In a fake
town.
How
do they get there?
And that's it. That's all there is to. There's no moral to the story. They're just screwed. It's a great mind.
It's so good,
And he would do this all the time. Most of those stories are just mind screws. They're not like moralistic things. I mean, like for instance, one of the great ones is The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, where the townspeople turn on each other because they think one of them's an alien. That whole paranoia.
Is that the one with the soda shop guy who had the hat on?
No, that was yet another one.
You remember?
Yeah, there was no moral to that story. It was just like, hey, I'm a Venusian.
Yeah.
You remember Dragon? I think it was Dragon's Tooth, wasn't it? Or from Space 1999, where you had the one-eyed, glowing eye, multi-tendrilled monster that would take over your mind, grab you, and throw you in its maw underneath, and then it would spit you out as a husk, like the acid ate all your skin off.
Wow.
He would eat you, but he was a phantom. He was a wraith. He could appear out of nowhere.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
That was the scariest episode.
If
you've not seen that,
I'm gonna have to find that one.
What it is
it's the first or second season.
I think it's on Tubi.
It's on the first season.
First season,
and it is arguably a fan favorite. Probably the and they're in like a space Sargasso where there's all these derelict ships, and you find out the reason why. Because the American explorers or the they get there and they come aboard a ship, right? And this thing, I guess, can hop from ship to ship. He just appears, and it makes this awful noise, and it's got this lit underneath, maw that's kind of like acid or something.
Oh wow!
And it takes over your mind where you can't resist it, and then it grabs you with the tendril and drags you in. And as soon as you go in, a second later, you come out and you're a husk covered in cobwebs, some kind of webbing, and
that's got to be first season, right?
I it's think first season. I think it's called Dragon's Tooth, Dragon Fang, something like that. Definitely the scariest episode, because really they had some very horrific, like the one with the guy that needs radiation. He's always cold, and he goes, to their power source, and he winds up as this black husk with these yellow glowing eyes. They dealt with horror in Space 1999.
Yeah, they did.
They just
first season.
They kind of jumped the shark in the second season, though.
They did. They made it more for kids.
Right, and they brought in the alien woman.
The shape-shifting alien Maya.
She was okay.
Yeah.
It was going well, and and then
Donald Blessant, Flash Gordon alive.
Yeah,
Flash.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
God.
It's a rock opera. It's Alex Ross's favorite.
That's sci-fi, definitely.
Yeah. It's campy sci-fi.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean,
it was good. It was entertaining.
Well, Queen.
Queen made it.
Come on, The Highlander. They also
I love The Highlander.
Two of the greatest, musical tracks for movies.
Sure.
Flash Gordon and The Highlander.
I agree.
The Highlander, a great story in itself, really.
The first one, the best movie, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Other than that, forget about
Better
it.
to burn out than to fade away.
Better to burn out than to fade away.
He made
that can be only one.
Clancy made a great villain.
I love Clancy Brown, man.
Yeah.
He was in Spaceship Troopers.
Yeah.
Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers.
Mandalorian first season.
Yeah. Also, he's also in John Dies at the End. I don't know if you've seen that film, but if you haven't, it's on Tubi. You got to check it out. John Dies at the End. I've got the novel written by John.
Now,
David,
didn't they
David
make an
Wong.
adaptation? Didn't Johnny
David
Depp
Wong,
do?
man. He was the editor for Cracked Magazine.
Didn't Johnny Depp do In Hell? Or
From Hell.
From Hell. Yeah.
Yep.
Did you like that movie?
That was a good. Yeah, I liked the movie.
Yeah,
I liked the movie. I thought, obviously, I mean, at least they kept true to it at the end.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. He dies, and so there's not like this. He doesn't get reunited with the
Mickey Rourke in that
Angel Heart, man.
Angel Heart.
Great.
That is. God, once again, you bring that. That's in my top 10.
That's got to be a top 10 movie.
It is a top 10.
And it's often overlooked. It's often missed.
It is. And it's such his acting in that film is just intense. He's so good. Back in the day, back when at that period of time, 80s and 90s.
Hey, Lisa Bonet was in it, right?
Mickey Rourke was hard to beat.
Yeah,
and he was way up there.
He gets laid by her, doesn't he?
Yeah, Lisa Bonet.
Yeah. Oh, he gets the Lisa Bonet action.
Of course,
he sure does.
But I mean,
one of the few roles that I thought that Robert De Niro was,
it was great.
Yeah,
that is his little elegant Satan type of guy, kind of mafia Satan
with his nails, know.
Hey, Johnny. Hey, let me crack this egg with my fingernails.
And kill it.
Yeah, I mean, but that the whole thing, and I lived in New Orleans for many years.
Okay,
the whole thing with the voodoo and the gris and all, they fought. It's to a T. I mean, you talk to New Orleanians, they love that film because it really does. There is the elements of voodoo and shit in that film are definitely believable.
Well, I got to throw one more in since we're talking about that. Live and Let Die.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
One of actually, you know what? I think it might be my favorite James Bond film. To tell you the truth, because it's so unusual. One, it totally strays from the path. Roger Moore is just awesome. He was, I grew up with Roger Moore, James.
I grew up watching The Saint,
I do like Sean Connery, but Live and Let Die is just one of those films.
And he switches his gun. He's got like this big Magnum.
All right. All with a Magnum.
But that whole opening scene with the fake second line and the freaking the casket, they're carrying the casket. It's totally fake.
And they pick him up.
Right.
Right off the street.
I know, Margot.
They kill him and
Margot likes Sean Connery. I get it.
Well,
he's Scottish.
Yeah.
You're right, Margot. You are
right.
I
mean, Sean Connery.
He's my favorite Bond, Sean Connery, of course. Yeah.
He's fantastic.
But I mean, Wings,
I gotta say,
Paul McCartney.
I know,
great
man.
Song.
Yep. And the whole New Orleans voodoo setting.
Yeah.
That whole deal. It works really well. It's really
they do the same bit later.
Yes, they do.
Where you think, oh, is he going to kill him too?
Right.
And it doesn't happen.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other. Well, I kind of liked A View to a Kill.
I did.
Duran.
Grace Jones.
Grace Jones.
Patrick McNee play a small part as the chauffeur.
Yeah, that's right.
It's wild.
John
Steed.
Yes.
Yeah. British Avengers. I love that show. Yeah.
Oh, the British Avengers, man.
Well, you have
Diana Rigg, man.
What makes your hero look good is a great villain.
Sure.
You have to have a great villain. And
Christopher Walken.
You know, in To Live and Die in L.A., you had that voodoo element, which was kind of weird. The guy in the top hat that would do.
Course.
I think he did Sprite commercials or
Gregory.
Gregory lime in the coconut.
The lime in the coconut.
Serve it up.
Right. Yeah. And then what is it with soft drinks? You know, I'm a pepper, you be a pepper. And then he does American Werewolf in London. The pepper guy.
God, there's another one, American Werewolf in London.
I love that movie.
God, the transformations. You really feel it when his hand is like, you know, you feel his pain, and then the individual hairs coming up, and he's like,
Stan Winston did the special effects, right?
It's great. Yes, Stan Winston and Rick Baker.
And when the muzzle comes out, you know, the cracking, you know,
all right,
you know, American Werewolf in London, and of course The Howling.
But it had a comedy element. It had a comedy element in it too, because his friend was looking worse and worse through the movie. He was decomposing, and he's like, "Oh, you know, you need to kill yourself." You know,
you know, it's funny. What's really funny about The Howling? Okay, you've got, of course, Joe Dante, a great director.
Silver Bullet.
Everybody knows. Silver Bullet.
Mm-hmm.
That period of time where Dante made The Howling and Piranha.
Mm-hmm. And, Piranha.
Right. And Dick Miller, of course, in both of them. And you know who wrote those?
No.
John Sayles.
Okay.
John Sayles, who went on to do all of these dramas, like serious quote unquote movies. He cut his teeth writing the screenplays for The Howling, Piranha, and Alligator.
Oh man, Howling's the best one.
Horror. Yeah, absolutely. The Howling is it's way up there. It is, like, man. As far as werewolf films go, it's one of the best werewolf films.
Did you like Harry Hole's werewolf?
Harry Hole's.
What? Harry.
What the hell are you talking about, Rex?
Is that a porn?
or have I got his name wrong?
Harry.
Harry, oh my God, Rex!
Great name.
We're not talking blue movies. We're talking horror. Get your mind in the gutter.
No,
that is funny.
I'm kidding.
No, way back. You know, you had the I forget the. I think the main actor's name was Harry Hole.
Harry Hole.
Yeah.
Can you look up his bibliography?
Henry Hall.
Henry Hall.
Henry Hall.
I'm sorry.
Henry Hall.
Henry Hall. Not Harry.
I think I'm stealing that name.
I'm gonna get struck by YouTube by Rex saying Harry Holes.
There you go, Harry Hall.
Henry Hall. Yeah.
A Hammer-made movie.
Oh my God!
People watching the replay right now.
And then in the early '60s, Phantom of the Opera, not Claude Rains, but the other actor that played the Phantom of the Opera. He was good. That was a good version of that.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
You know,
I can't remember the actor's name, but
I'm still partial to the Lon Chaney Sr.
Yeah, me too.
Oh yeah,
the 1925 one, because you know it was just the makeup, the way that he presented the Phantom was
Man of 1,000 faces.
Man, I mean he would actually go through painful.
Yeah, fish hook his nose up.
Yeah,
God, nobody got screwed up.
Oh, I want to see London After Midnight. I want them to discover London After Midnight.
I would love to see that freaking movie, man.
Yeah.
You know, God.
Now they did make that movie, and I forget what it was called. You know, they did. They took that and changed the title, and they did basically tell that story.
Yes.
Yeah, but I can't remember what
talking about. American Werewolf in London.
Yeah, American Werewolf in London. Okay, back to when Margot was saying
when his friend was talking to him.
That's after he died.
And he's like he's all screwed up. You know, ripped up by the werewolf.
He's all ripped up and he's decomposing.
Yeah, that's Griffin Dune.
It's a little imp on your shoulder, whispering stuff in your ear.
Yeah.
It's a great way to tell a story,
Yeah, that whole thing, that setup at the slaughtered lamb, when it's like these two gringos, these dudes from, on their vacation, and they just drop by this remote pub,
the moors,
the slaughter, and on the moors, the slaughtered lamb with that great sign, and they walk in, and these people all know what's going on, and they just let them go,
Wow.
There they go. They have to feed the beast, as it were. I guess. I don't know. But that all of that, the whole setup to that film is fantastic.
Well, I mean, it is. It starts out. Think about it, on Skull Island, remote place, and then comes to London or New York. Comes to a metropolitan, very busy city.
Yeah, it comes to Piccadilly, right? At the end, it's in London. Yeah, the heart of London. The guy. It's just like it's a tragedy. The whole film ends in a tragedy, and it's just great because John Landis refused to have. It's a funny film. Like you're watching it, like just so many hilarious scenes and shit, but it's just grim. At the end, he's just like, "Screw you, man." He's like, the guy dies.
Well, I mean, it really, it had two. It's like it had a main story and it had a sub story.
Yeah,
in a way, it had the comedy and it had the horror, and it didn't lean too heavily to either or. It was all about this guy, and what he had went through and what he was cursed with and how he was dealing with it. And he wasn't dealing with it at all, really.
And
Who was the nurse in that movie? What was her?
Jenny Agutter.
Yeah.
Jenny Agutter, man.
He was not in control of the situation at all.
Yeah, and it was also a romance.
Yeah, it was.
The whole thing, his relationship growing with the nurse and that whole thing. So that was kind of like and it worked. It was really
the dream sequence.
It wasn't cheesy. Let's put it that way. It was
the dream sequence with the Nazi helmets and the creature faces.
Oh, that was wild. I love that one.
That was when the movie just went work.
Hell yeah.
And then you don't know after that, Mike, you don't know what to believe. Are they going to pull that again? Is it a dream?
But they don't, because it was
you're questioning what is dream, what is reality.
Right. Well, he's going through a werewolf fever dream. That's really what it is, man. And Jenny Agutter. Now she's hot. Obviously,
she was hot.
Film, and she was also in Logan's Run.
Yes.
Oh yeah, she was.
She was just.
I just recently rewatched that.
Smoking hot in that film.
Michael York in that, and also in
that lucky bastard
with Burt Lancaster in the remake of Island of Dr. Moreau.
Island of Dr. Yeah, he was in that, which is good.
Yeah,
actually, I thought that was good. Yeah, I thought it was a decent remake.
It was better than Marlon Brando. Oh my God!
Yeah, but you got to see the documentary about that. Yeah, it's called Lost Souls.
Yeah, and it was about the
filming of that entire thing, and Richard Stanley, how he got fired. Of course, because everything just went off the rails.
Oh, it went off the rails. Yeah,
and then they brought in. The only reason why that film got finished and released was John Frankenheimer. They brought in John Frankenheimer to freaking finish that movie. And of course, John Frankenheimer, the Manchurian Candidate, which I consider one of the great political thrillers of all time.
Psychological. I mean, brainwashing.
So good.
Right. Oh, it's intense, man.
That's right. I mean, it really brought... It brought the Cold War to a new level, of that this is evil. That what they do to people.
I think it's Frank Sinatra's best movie.
It is Frank Sinatra's best film. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't even know. Like, of course, I could look back and see, but that film must have been nominated for Academy Award.
Wow, 1962.
It must have won.
Great.
It must have won Academy
something.
Award.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, man. You just watch. I can watch that film over and over again.
Yeah.
It's one of those films that you're just,
again,
works
about
entirely.
perception. They're brainwashing them they're setting up just basically a theater stage, and they don't see in their minds what's really there.
Yeah.
And that's the freak out when you're watching. It opens up like that. And it's just, you're just like watching this going, what
is going on?
Yeah. And then
it was mentioned in the chat earlier, a 2001 A Space Odyssey. My friend, actually, he was a Hell's Angel at the time, I think. He went to Grauman's Chinese Theater, the opening to that movie on LSD, and the monkeys come out, and he's going, what the hell? He's 10 minutes into the movie, and he can't believe what he's watching.
Margot says, I don't remember Frank Sinatra in anything but bar musicals. I was very young. I bet.
Margot, you need to see.
Oh, he did a war movie with Steve McQueen.
You will not regret it. It is fantastic. It's intense. Yeah, I mean, Sinatra was on other good films. The Man with the Golden Arm.
Yeah, where he's here to Eternity. Burt Lancaster.
Yeah. There's no doubt he was in some great.
Burt Lancaster was an ex trapeze and
trapeze artist. Yeah, he was an acrobat.
He would do his, like in The Professionals, he would do his own stunts.
Yeah, he would.
Today, the insurance companies wouldn't let you do that.
They wouldn't do it.
No. Yeah. That is true. That is very true. God, man. It's and they did, of course, they did a remake of The Manchurian Candidate. I don't know if you guys saw that with Denzel Washington. It was pretty flat in comparison.
Even kind of Doctor Who did one. Even had one where they go to Gallifrey and they have an assassin that assassinates the president.
Oh wow!
Damn. Yeah, I didn't even. Which
remember what season that was?
That was Tom Baker.
Oh. Tom Baker. Okay,
and that had a horror element. Because during the 70s, they were redoing, like in Doctor Who, they were doing Frankenstein, and like the Brain of Morbius is the redo of Frankenstein, and that one had the master, and he was like these eyes, gelatin-like eyes, and skull, and just dripping.
Yes, that was it. Yeah. I got to tell you, I'll tell you guys a great story about Tom Baker. I met him. Okay. When I was a teen, this was the late 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I was living in Lancaster, which is about 70 miles above Los Angeles. So I would be able to get down to Los Angeles occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
And they were having, had to have been like 77, 78. They had WhoCon 1. This was the first Doctor Who convention, and the first time that Tom Baker was coming into the United States for a convention.
Wow!
And so I was like, I'm going. I was like, I'm going to this thing. So I get there, and there's a lot of people. I would say thousands of people at that time. Kind of a big convention. Now it's small,
right?
And so, of course, the whole idea was that the inaugural day, he was going to come in and like just say hello and stuff. And so everybody packed into this large ballroom, and like 3 hours passed. No Tom Baker. We were like, what the hell? And we discovered that there was a plane delay or something. So he did show up, but when he showed up, he walks in and he's kind of stumbling a little, and he's carrying a drink with like an empty drink with stalks of celery sticking out. He's like, "Hi, everybody."
Bloody Mary. Yeah.
He goes up and he sits down, and he's talking and everything. You can tell he's been drinking a lot on the plane.
He's 3 shades through the wind. Yeah.
Pretty much. It was funny as hell. It was great. And he was great. He was really hilarious, and very nice. He seemed like
the very first
nice
thing I saw him
I had him sign something,
The very first thing I saw him in was he played the evil wizard pre-Who in the Sinbad movie.
It was the Golden Voyage of Sinbad.
Yep, great makeup to make him look old.
Yeah. With that, I got it. This is gonna freak you out.
And that goes back to Boris Karloff and the Mummy. Probably the same makeup that draws up the skin and makes it look wrinkly.
Okay, anyway, guys. Here's the thing. Here's the question. Who was the femme fatale in Golden Voyage of Sinbad?
Carol Monroe, right?
You're right.
That's right. She's
Check
lovely.
This out. Check this shit out.
Do I win one of your pulp magazines? No. Wish.
Hold on 1 second. Here we go.
She was in Dracula 1971 AD or something, whatever it was.
Yeah.
That's me with Carolyn Monroe.
You sucker.
Let me
wow.
Oh yeah. Holy crap.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you love him.
I was 16 years old.
Holy mackerel.
I know, I can see the heart on it.
What year was that?
This was 1978 or 79.
Holy mackerel.
Right in there. Right in there.
Babe.
She was a beauty.
Yeah. And I went, it was a Pittsburgh convention.
Hey,
I went to, and it was like supposedly, of course it was Carolyn Monroe, Tom Savini, George Romero, and Buster Crabbe. All of them were at this convention, and George Romero couldn't show up, but Carolyn Monroe was definitely there.
Let's see it again. Well, hold up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Everyone has to get a gander of Carolyn. There you go.
Yeah.
And she was this was Stella Star Crash time, folks.
Now what was her height? Because unless she's wearing
tall.
heels, she's your height.
And I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot even.
She's not a tall girl.
Well, she is wearing some heels. But
now she was a villain. She played a villain in one of the Bond movies.
She did.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, she got blew up in the helicopter.
Yeah, what was she in Octopussy?
That was
or was not? It wasn't. That wasn't her, right? Moonraker. She was in Moonraker, was she?
Moonraker. That was Moonraker.
Moonraker.
Yeah,
right.
That was.
Yeah, Moonraker. Yep, because she.
That's right.
Ooh, what a hottie.
She was a hottie.
Is she still alive?
Yes.
Yes.
She still does conventions.
Yeah, and she still does conventions.
Yeah.
Holy
you know. But I mean,
God bless her.
I know. And she was like, when I was growing up, she was my femme fatale gal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's so like meeting her at this convention. Of course, you can imagine being a dork kid, and it's like, Miss Monroe, Miss Monroe.
Like 8 boners at one time. There you go.
Well, one of my prized possessions is a 1971 little Playboy Digest. Almost looks like a little ash can booklet, and it's signed inside by Buster Crabbe. It has a picture of him. It has a picture of him and another fellow Olympic swimmer, because they were both Olympic swimmers. Tarzan.
Johnny Weissmuller?
Johnny Weissmuller. They were, but later in life, they're both like early 70s, present day, in the picture,
That's awesome.
I remember an old advertisement on TV that it's for kids. You buy the Tarzan trunks with the knife. And there's the old ass Johnny Weissmuller advertising it. You see the kid running around with Tarzan shorts on with the little knife and on the side, with the little case with the knife, the sheath.
Yeah,
you can get one of those that order today, and it's like a money order thing, and you just order it through the mail,
like sea monkeys.
Yeah, well, better than that.
Yeah, you know what kind of surprised me, guys? I was just watching on Tubi. They just put Sheena, the Queen of the Jungle, with.
How about the DVD of that?
Tanya Roberts?
No, not the other one, the old one. We're talking about the 60s.
This is the 80s.
Yeah.
With Tanya Roberts. I was watching it.
Right.
She's like totally nude in that film.
Yeah, that's what
I couldn't believe it. I was watching. I was like, "What?" And it says rated PG-13 on it. I'm like, "What?" she's
I
like,
guess the kids didn't
holy
mind.
freaking,
Yeah,
yeah.
complain about it. No,
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a sexual thing. She's like
no,
taking
it's
a bath
nature.
in the
nature.
lake. It's just
Yeah.
nature. It's nature,
It's
Tanya
nature.
Roberts.
Come on.
Yeah.
Now, one thing we didn't bring up was movie serials.
All right.
Movie serials, yes, indeed. And there were, yeah, man. There's so many of those. You know, going back to like, of course, the what was the thing? The Phantom.
Yeah.
The Phantom.
The
Yeah,
Ghost
as a matter
Who
of fact,
Walks.
I was just watching some of those on YouTube. There's like they've got like hours and hours of the Phantom serials, like from the 30s and 40s, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And you could probably
primarily
listen
40s.
to the old radio serials too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Shadow is
Lamont
one of my all-time favorites. I even love that. I love the movie.
And some of the best
Alec Baldwin film.
And some of the best comic covers ever, because they bring that pulp painted feel in.
The Mike Kaluta Phantom, that was mine. I love that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You know, it's one, you know, that was a weird period of time too, because in the 90s, it was The Shadow. They did that film, right? Mm-hmm. They did The Phantom, which I also loved. The Billy Zane
was good.
I thought that was really good.
Daredevil.
Catherine Zeta-Jones played the pirate. Remember that?
Zeta-Jones. Oh, yeah. Yes, and of course she was also in Zorro, which was another pulp film.
Exactly, man.
And of course, during the same time they did The Rocketeer, which wasn't really from the 40s, but it was Dave Stevens' great
on the 40s. Yeah,
and he introduced me to Betty Page.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And not only that, David Stevens, I consider one of the great comic book artists of all time.
He died too early, man.
Oh, totally.
Heartbroken. It's awful.
Yeah, his stuff, he was just insane.
So
that
good.
Guy, it's kind of like going back to some of the masters, like, Bern Hogarth. Mm-hmm. And who was the other guy that did Tarzan way back there?
It was Hal Foster, wasn't it?
Yeah, Hal Foster.
Hal Foster did
these
Tarzan,
guys that they had a mastery of the human body like I had never seen before in my life. And of course, Frazetta and Al Williamson came in and they took that mantle. And when Dave Stevens showed up, I was just like, wow.
They had to influence Joe Kubert.
Oh, totally. Joe Kubert, another one that has just like this all of them very naturalistic.
They have a visceral, you know.
Yeah. And they actually, to be honest, Dave Stevens has a more pinup looking kind of thing. I mean, it's fantastic.
It's cheesecake.
It's cheesecake.
Yeah.
It's cheesecake, but
it's eye candy.
Yeah. It's just like that series of masters, like those artists. I used to have a huge book by Bern Hogarth called Dynamic Anatomy.
I have it.
The figure.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it.
Well,
this thing is like insane.
I've got a copy of it somewhere.
It is like the amount of study that guy put in to his work, to actually realizing what he ended up putting on paper is like nobody does. Who the hell does that? Who does it? Yeah, there you go, right there.
And
nobody
you got it bookmarked all to hell too.
Great reference, man.
It is a fantastic.
Hogarth, baby.
It is.
There it is.
And how many printings of that have come out?
This is which printing is this? This is from.
It is kind of funny because, like, if you look at that, and I think that's one of the ultimate reference books, right there.
It is, man.
It is.
Fun.
And then you look at the for instance, how to draw comics
somewhere. I guarantee you.
And then you take a look at the book, How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great.
It's so good.
Buscema's fantastic. It's great. Have you seen the movie they made on that? It's on Tubi. How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. It's with John Buscema and Stan Lee.
Yeah, this is from 1970 Bern Hogarth.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
It's great.
Didn't say which printing it is.
It should have it in there somewhere.
Library of Congress, 1970. Bern Hogarth. You can get this on Amazon or wherever you books are sold.
Oh, absolutely.
Barnes and Noble, blah blah blah. Here I am, free plug. There you go.
It is, and I'm not. Yeah, I am not. I'm just saying that the comparison, like between the two, and one of the things, of course, John Buscema is just a master. He is absolutely a master.
Oh yeah.
But it's and it's good. I would recommend it to anybody who is getting into comics. You gotta see it. There we go.
This is from Doc Blaylock. This is one of Rex's characters, the Bog.
The Bog. Yeah, there we go.
Big ass moon in the background.
That's totally cool.
So cool. They did a great job. There's some of the interior pages for the Bog. It's in its upcoming anthology released, I believe, next year, perhaps, Rex. He's going to crowdfund it. Sometime
okay, now who's doing the art there?
That's Doc Blaylock.
Doc Blaylock.
Doc Blaylock.
I deal with the serial killing clown that preys on kids.
Oh, wow. Cool.
That is so
Very cool. That's really well done, yeah.
That is awesome. Cool.
Oh, he treated every panel as a work of art. You know, I couldn't be happier with it. You know, I'm going to have 3 horror stories and 3 hero stories, but they're all going to be, you know, I like writing the backup stories because the short stories, you know, there's something about writing those short stories instead of a lengthier, you know, story. Because my main story is like 29 pages. And it took me about 8 hours, but it's your very basic story, you know.
Yes, and so that collection's going to be out next year.
Yeah, it's going to launch like in March of next year. The mail up is going to come up in a week or 2. So
very
the mail
cool.
up.
Yeah.
And so Apex, there was that. Remember that thing? It was a show, I don't know, a few months ago, and you were showing like the stuff of yours that reminded me a lot of underground comics. It was really kind of weird, almost, I don't want to say, it was adult themed kind of. It seemed like it was
it the Creep?
The Creep.
Maybe it was the Creep.
Where he's licking.
But there was like a giant. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's
the pink giant. Yeah.
Where is
100?
Let's take a
100 foot pink monster. It's not out yet, but it's in the process of being.
When do you think it's gonna come out, man? That's the one I want to check that out.
It'll be part of an anthology, a sci-fi anthology. So he drops the car full of hoodlums. He goes, "I'm bored with these hoodlums.
Yeah,
I need women." And these women go, "Eek, uh-oh."
Yeah,
come to Papa. Ha, ha, ha. Eek. And one of them says, "Let go of me, you filthy creep." Blam. She has a gun, shoots him, goes, "Ah." He goes, "You shot me. Just for that, you get a sexy licking." Yeah, kill. So yeah, that's the Creep.
That's so great.
He's channeling his inner man there.
Perversity.
It's got to be. I mean, you're definitely thinking next year, right?
Yeah,
2023.
Yeah, I wanted to show Mike my trailer, and then maybe you can show him Fembat as well.
Well, if I can find it, I'm having a hard time.
Cool.
If you can find it. This is just the black and white ash can that'll be printing in a couple weeks. Let me see. Where am I at? Okay, here we go.
All right, ready?
It goes by quick. It's
is this Blaylock stuff?
No, it's a different artist.
No, it's a friend of mine, John. But there will be one. There will be some Doc Blaylock artwork too. You get actually, it's 2 books. It's like a 10-page black and white ash can edition. That has part of the Devil Flyer story in it, and a couple pinups. And then there's a supplement book to it that has basically all pinups in it.
Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha. Let's see if I can. I know I got a trailer here. Oh, let me find it. There we go. Let's replay that.
was cool. Very cool. You know, it has a certain golden age aura about it.
That's why people tell me
like.
John lives around the corner from me. We've been friends since '82. I always wanted to get into comics, and I talked to him. I think I created that character in 2017, and I said, you know, at that time, would you draw silver? Would you do Devil Flyer if I wrote a story? And he said yes. Well, in the meantime, I pitched him all these different types of ideals, right? All these, and then I eventually came back to that, and he did a 29-page story for
nice. Very nice, man. Okay, now what is this? Fembat?
Fembat's my character. A go-go dancer from the 1960s gets bit by a vampire at her club.
Okay.
She's tried for years to find the original person who bit her. And so she's on a long journey for that. But a scientist helps her out by building a suit to fight monsters and vampires with. This is
the best part about it for me is that she's an ex-go-go dancer.
Ex-go-go dancer, baby.
That's great. That's awesome.
Let's go and extend it. Let's go and play and extend.
Oh, nice.
Coming soon to Indiegogo once I get the mailing list out and all that jazz.
Hey, Apex, what was that little animation bit there where she's like flying and kind of? Yeah. How did that happen?
Oh, well, Pedro Ang made the trailer for me. So shout out
he
to
made
Pedro
my trailer too.
Did he draw the animation? Or?
He drew the animation, did a wonderful job. Thanks to, and also with Rex's
both
did my trailer as well.
They're both snappy trailers.
So subscribe to Pedro Ang if you guys will. He's got a great channel.
He's got a book up on Indiegogo now called Tropical Magics.
Tropical Magic, check it out, guys.
Oh,
Pedro Ang.
I may have seen something about Tropical Magic.
Yeah,
that sounds
check that out.
Familiar.
Well, we've got to wrap it up, guys.
All right.
This has been a lengthy one, but we've enjoyed it.
Okay, now it's been going on 4 hours. Now we can say it.
Almost 4 hours.
Woohoo!
So I like to thank the chat for showing up. Tree Goblin, Margot, of course, among others. Captain Time Lord, thank you for showing up.
So, Mike, what is your thing that you just kind of, are you just like into horror and you're on YouTube or do you
I make films.
You make films?
Okay. Yeah, well, I've got Witch Tales, which I'm selling currently. You know, it's available on Etsy. It's on my website. It's on Etsy. It's on eBay. It's Witch Tales. It's the Witch Tales horror anthology movie combo. So it's a Blu-ray and DVD combo.
Okay.
And if you want to check out the trailer and the link, to buy it, it's on my site. Just
now, is that dealing with the pre-code that we talked about?
Yes, it is. It's all pre-code horror stories.
Okay.
Yes. And then, of course, you can watch the documentary Haunted Thrills for free on my YouTube channel.
Awesome.
And check out my other videos.
How long have you been a filmmaker?
God, I've been making feature films since 1993.
Okay.
So I've made 7 feature films and about 20 short films.
That's great.
To film. I don't know. You guys may have even seen. I mean, I've got a film called First Man on Mars, which was shot in 2015. shot it entirely on Super 16 film, actually, and it has the total look of a 70s. I was channeling a lot of The Incredible Melting Man. That's
wow.
kind of a deal. This astronaut, he's in space. He's infected by this something, comes back, crashes to Earth in the swamps of Louisiana. And of course, he's a monster, and he's going around and he's just causing all kinds of havoc. And but it's a horror comedy, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And shot in that vein, but it was on Tubi for a couple of years. I don't know if it's still on Tubi.
What's the name of that movie?
First Man on Mars.
First Man on Mars.
Now, have you seen one I bought recently and watched? It's called Capsule.
Hey, how you doing?
It's called Capsule.
Capsule.
And basically, it's the declassified. You find out at the end, it's from declassified Russian documents that the British were first up in space, and it's that story about how they bring back the first top secret in the early 60s or late 50s.
Yeah,
you need to watch that. Capsule.
I think it's on Tubi.
All right.
Okay.
As a matter of fact,
it's worth a watch.
I got to say, is it a Russian film?
I believe you're right. It could be.
There are a couple of recent Russian space films that are insanely good.
Yeah,
they know their shit, man. It's just that we don't get them because, of course, it's Russian language and it's subtitled.
They basically bring down the British capsule by tricking him into coming in, and crashing.
Right.
They and crashing in Russia, I think, where they can retrieve the technology and everything. Yeah. And the black box and all that, and on because he's just got the radio, right? So they interfere with that and they play mind games with him, and they when he's over Russia, they communicated with him from Russia, like, you're a security risk and we're going to shoot you down and all that. And then the same thing when he gets over, they feign that they're Americans, even with an American accent, and they say, you're invading our space, we're going to shoot you down. So, a threat from America and Russia as he goes over, So it's neat. It's one of those made on the cheap. He's in the capsule and these things go wrong and he's got to get down. He's got to get back to his family, I'm
going to check it out. Yeah, I think it's on Tubi. I'm going to have to.
Some good movies.
It's a good movie. I bought it for $1 at Dollar Tree.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Capsule. I got that one.
And of course, there's, whether that's Russian retro propaganda or whatever, the British really could have, in the 40s, been the first people on the moon. They had the technology. Right. They were perfecting their space. If they had kept with it, they could have.
Rex, they just had too many buttered scones and tea.
Yeah,
that was their problem. They kind of weighted them down a bit.
Right.
Well,
anyway.
That's pretty.
Tell you what, Mike, we could probably talk forever and ever and ever. I gotta get to bed, Rex. You can invite Horror Mike on your show.
Yeah, I'd love to come on your show, Rex.
So, Horror Mike, do you have any social media that you're on?
Well, I'm the YouTube channel is probably key. I would say. Okay. Also, I'm also on BitChute and Rumble.
BitChute or Rumble, okay.
With videos. If you look up Horror Mike, you'll find me.
Okay.
And I'm on Facebook.
Okay.
I just don't like using it a lot. I do use it for.
Is it under Horror Mike or a different name?
No, under Mike Lydon, my name.
Mike Lydon.
Lyddon, yeah, my name. But I use it primarily for advertising. Right. I don't like. I'm no longer on.
Are you on Twitter?
No.
Are you on Twitter?
No, he's not on Twitter.
I dropped Twitter like a turd several years ago. Yeah. And I think you guys know why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I had
there's
enough
my
of that
YouTube
noise.
channel link, and I
Excellent,
did subscribe to your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And I will subscribe to yours.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's fantastic. And Apex, if you, I mean, if I would, at some time in the future, I'd love to come on your show again.
Sure, you're
if
welcome,
you could
man.
possibly do an earlier show.
Oh, we'll do it earlier. That's fine. This is like at night, and a lot of people are like competitively streaming. That's why I have it late night. Plus, I get off work at 11 p.m. So.
Oh shit! I see. Yeah. Well, but you do like so you do some.
I do morning shows.
Morning shows. I'm totally up for that too.
We'll do one for next 14th of September on a Wednesday. If you're,
I do a daily show.
I'm into it.
Cool.
I do a daily show, Mike. 7 days a week. Every day.
The 4 o'clock shadow
Central. 4 o'clock shadow show.
4 o'clock Central. So that's 5 o'clock EST. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
5 EST on Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. Of course, obviously, you guys. It's for me. It's like we're in the Halloween season.
Yeah, we are, man.
This is like it's my favorite time of the year. I mean, that's all there is to it. September,
which is greater, King Kong or Godzilla? Tell me quick.
Godzilla.
Oh, fuck you.
Yep. Fuck you! You're not coming on my show, damn it!
Damn it!
You wouldn't have Godzilla without King Kong. That's all I'll say.
I just watched
King Kong because he's American. Hey.
The '60s King Kong versus Godzilla, the Toho one.
I love that.
I just watched it, man. I was like, wow. That King Kong suit, man. Woo!
That's something else, man.
Boy.
All right, guys.
All right.
See you guys. Well, take care at chat. Thank you, people watching the replay. Please share this video throughout YouTube and your best social media processes. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful